Allison? Oh, are we ready to roll? Thank you. Yes, I'd like to call this meeting to order today. This is our Corporate Services Committee meeting. It's one of a two-day meeting dealing with the proposed budget for 2025. So good morning to everyone. Welcome. I have discussed the disclosure of pecuniary interest with the clerk this morning. We will leave that till tomorrow, as grants will not be discussed until tomorrow. There are no delegations. There is no consent agenda. And I'm asking for a motion for adoption of the regular agenda.
Motion reads that the agenda be adopted as circulated.
Motion first, seconded by the deputy. First is Councillor McIntyre, and seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? Passed. All right, I imagine we're moved directly into F1, and I leave that with Mr. Plunkett to start the ball rolling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll just flip to, you can actually, that's just a budget overview, so we'll just flip to the next page. We develop the budget. Staff do take into consideration the strategic plan the council set for us. So we do try to make sure we continue to maintain and enhance the levels of service. We definitely consider customer service, economic development, and we continue to deal with our infrastructure needs. If anybody has any questions along the way, just stop me. Don't wait for me to get through the whole, just stop me on every slide. I'm fine with that. Now, I won't go through all the details on this page. This page here is really to remind council, and ultimately goes back to, I guess, 2018, when AMO came out and suggested that everyone in Ontario on average would have to increase taxes by 8.9% a year just to cover their infrastructure deficit. Now, yes, that was the province as a whole. Luckily for us, we were not in as bad a shape as that, but we do still have an infrastructure deficit. We'll remember our asset management plan from 2020, introduced to council in January of 2021. We were going to, or they had recommended 2.4% tax increase every year for 15 years to cover that infrastructure deficit. And we have managed to do some of that. We haven't always done the full 2.4%, but we have definitely made progress. But you'll certainly remember most of the last 3 or 4 years, inflation, especially on a construction price index, has been significantly higher. So when the asset management plan was done, they had estimated, and reasonably so, that the construction price index would go up by 2.5%, 3% a year for those 15 years. In 2021, I believe it went up by 7.7%. In 2022, 17%. And in 2023, 8.1%. In this past year, 4.1%. So inflation, especially from a construction price index, has gone up significantly more. We are mandated to do an update to the asset management plan, and it is in the 2025 budget. But I do expect that our infrastructure deficit, because of the cost increases, has just gone up. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Member Minnings, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Plunkett, I communicated when this was posted about bullet number 2 about the AMO suggested 8.9% tax increase for 10 years. And I asked the Director of Finance and the CEO to provide the reference source for that suggested increase and they weren't able to. So I would strongly recommend that we remove that bullet from the deck because based on that, my question and the answer, it has no context for what we're discussing today. Thank you.
And we can certainly remove it from the slide deck. I believe there's about 3 members of council that were here at the time, so they will remember the frightening comments by AMO when they said it was going to be 8.9%. But we can certainly remove it from the slide deck because our infrastructure deficit isn't quite as bad as the initial worry from AMO. And then we can probably move to the next page. I'll just, oh, sorry, go ahead, Judith.
Through the chair to Andrew. Andrew, I think you're probably going to get to it, so I don't want to interrupt or bump in. But our reserve is at 30, average 30 million.
I think right now, probably about 36 million.
So here's where I need some clarification. Does that include our asset management amount we're putting away?
It does because we put into the reserves every year an amount. That amount currently is not enough. And that's why we're doing the 2.4% per year for 15 years to get us there. Certainly now that number's, it's either going to take longer or we're going to have to increase the number. But it's going to take us a while to get there because we ultimately needed in order to get us where they want us to be, we'd have to increase by about $6 million what we draw on the levy.
Okay.
And that was ultimately back when we did the asset management plan. So that is that's a big tax increase if you did it all at once. And that's why they tried to phase it in over time.
So where I'm going with this is, why is not the asset management money put over here that says it's asset management? So when people look at us and say, you've got all this money, you've got 30 million, why can't you just spend it on this and why can't you do that? When we should probably have a higher amount, and how much would that be?
And I don't know
Approximately 100 maybe?
But for sure, I know a lot of people will look at our reserves and say we have a lot of money in reserves. Prime example is you've seen in your budget this year, you've got an $8 million upgrade in West Shore. There's a $15 million ask for a rec center, which it wouldn't be included in asset management because it's not a replacement. It's a new purchase altogether. Just those 2 items alone wipe out the majority of your existing reserves.
Exactly.
So that tells me, so ultimately, to make me happy, to make sure we could replace all of our assets on a timely basis, I suspect that number's got to be at least 100 million.
Okay, so if that 100 million is sitting, and this is where I need a bit of clarification. So that let's say we had 100 million and it's sitting in our reserves. That's for asset management only? Or is that for capital projects, or would that be considered?
To be fair, capital projects are asset management.
That's right. Okay,
because they are renewal.
Yeah.
Right? The majority of our reserves are for asset renewal of some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
The DCs, of course, is for growth related assets. So they are included in that 36 million though. And they are not, we certainly cannot use that for renewal. Those are new assets altogether.
So supplementary, just wanted to clarify that. So when people say, but you've got all this, they have to understand we have to have this in case 4 dump trucks fall apart, or they're in an accident, or a hurricane comes and knocks the building without insurance. But those types of things that we need to save so we can replace these assets and not put it on the levy as part of the tax, right? Is that not the idea of this?
Well, and it's not that it's not being put on, it is being put on the levy. It's just being built into the levy over time, so it's not as impactful all at once.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question from Member Taylor and then Member Burkett.
Yeah. through the chair to Andrew. So historically, you put in, like, I think last year, 300,000 was going to go back into this, but then we reduced that. But so that historically, that's what you've tried to do the last few budgets, is put 200,000 to 300,000 in there, and that comes right off the tax levy.
Correct. And that 300,000 is approximately 2.4%
Right.
on the municipal levy.
So in good faith, we tried to do that, but then to lessen the tax increase, we've cut that back to 100,000 or whatever.
We have last year, even though we had considered reducing it, we chose not to reduce it, and we chose to draw from the taxation reserve instead.
Right.
So we did get 300,000 in there again last year, and certainly in this year's budget, we're proposing putting in another 300.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you through the chair to Andrew. Just clarity, Andrew, on member Cox's comment. So the asset management, yes, we have 36 million sitting in a reserve bank account, but it includes all our roads, all our bridges, all our buildings. Is that what the reserve and the asset management plan is? Is that what is for replacement costs? Should something down the road, we'll have to replace them at some point. That's why we have reserves and have that built-in factor?
Just through to the mayor. Absolutely.
Okay. So I just want to say to council, if you look at what we have in this township with 400 kilometers of roads, and you look at the bridges, and for example, the bridge that, which is the one in Coldwater, the Woodrow, thank you. That's at 2.5 million. We've got a culvert that we're just finishing at 3.5. So how quickly would that $36 million disappear?
And if I can add to that, Mr. Mayor, you don't see it on this year's budget because the fire chief has been kind enough not to ask you for a new fire truck yet. But I believe in the 2026 budget and in the 2027 budget, we are anticipating bringing in a new fire truck. And you'll remember the last time you bought a pumper truck, I'm going to say it cost about 650,000, which most of you are saying it's ridiculously high considering it was 300,000 6 years before that. Well, those numbers are now in the $1.1 million range. And it's frightening to see how, I mean, that's not just, I don't really understand the reason for all those increases. It's not just US exchange driven, that's for sure. But unfortunately, if we need to replace a fire truck, it's going to cost almost double what it did the last time we purchased one. And I will share with you, I think the current number on a aerial truck is now closer to 2.5 million. And we've actually gotten some numbers from others who have purchased one recently, and it is in that ballpark, unfortunately. So they are quite expensive. And we have been collecting DCs. So we will at some point in time, we'll need to make a decision on the aerial truck, whether that's 2027 or not, but certainly at some point in time we will, because we have been collecting DCs to pay for it. Certainly we do not have to date $2.5 million in that reserve account for just the fire truck though.
Thank you.
We'll flip to that page. I think. Just on the 2024 year-end position, we will report that in the new year once we have a surplus. I know some of you will likely tell me you haven't seen the 2023 year-end surplus, and we are working on finalizing the financial statements. We have some new reporting requirements this year, so we needed to go through and find all assets that potentially had contamination, and you need to report those in financial statements now. So you have to report, even though you may not have to deal with the contamination, so such as asbestos in older buildings. For example, the lead paint on the water tower, another prime example. So we need to factor in the future costs of removing that and report it in financial statements. And that's effective for 2023 year end. So we are near completion on that. We're just waiting for some final numbers. And then once we have those, we'll be able to give you a surplus number for 2023. I know we typically put that into reserves. And as when I tell you we're in an infrastructure deficit, the more we can get into those reserves, the better. So we don't budget for a surplus, but unfortunately certain circumstances do create surpluses. And certainly we have historically sent those funds to the capital reserve. So now we're moving into some of the pressures that we still have. Inflation and consumer price index certainly is down to 2.65%. So much better than it has been over the last few years. The construction price index at 4.8 for 2024, significantly better than the 17.7 we had a couple of years ago. So we are coming back down to reasonable inflation numbers. Unfortunately, the existing ones never went away. We didn't get a period of deflation at any point in time.
Yes. Go ahead, Member Cox.
Through the chair. So the construction price index here, is that residential or non-residential?
That is non-residential. And the reason I choose non-residential is because we don't, I mean, typically ours
Yeah.
is non-residential.
Okay, thank you.
So on the next page, it actually brings forth and when we call them budget pressures, these are effectively new items. So they are directly a levy impact. And obviously, I mean, I listed the police services for 2025 first on clearly on purpose, because it's $500,000. It is the largest number that we have on there. We really don't have a lot of control on that number, unfortunately. I do suggest that we attempt to build into future budgets some surplus reserve for policing, so that in the event that this happens, taxpayers aren't feeling the brunt of it all in one year.
Yes, Member Cox.
Through the chair, at the Police Services Board, we were told this year, next year, year 3 may not be as bad, but then it'll go again because it's another negotiation for wages.
Yes, Member Bouquet.
Through the chair to Andrew, and I don't know if we can do this. I think I asked at one point. So, you know, the police cost is almost 2% on our levy, is it? Would it be 2%? 1.5?
I want to say it's slightly more than that. It's about, I want to say it's about 2.7 million of 15 million total. So the math on that.
Is it possible on our tax bill to separate it out so it doesn't, you know, the policing is one aspect and what we pay for policing per resident, and then what we here at this table budget for this year, could it be separated or not?
So it is separated. It's just unfortunately included in the bottom line for your tax bill. So if you looked at your tax bill now, you would see that the policing is actually separate. We separated it, I want to say back in 2015 or 2016, whenever they did the last, I would say when they changed the policing costing model from the service-driven model to per property, our policing costs went up significantly. So we actually did that back at that point in time to make sure that we could, you know, point out that this is how much policing was costing us.
Okay, so why couldn't, sort of through the chair, why couldn't we separate this and take it out of the levy and leave it as a separate entity? And it is on our tax bill now.
It is, but it still impacts the final tax bill. And when we work at trying to drop the tax rate by 1%, for example, that's the blended tax rate, not just the municipal tax rate. And when we're trying to drop the blended, we unfortunately have to include this piece in it, because that is, I mean, the 1% is the impact of the taxpayer on their final tax bill, and in that final tax bill includes policing costs.
Yes, Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. I see but I feel the same. I would like the residents to see, because they all read their tax bill. That's one thing we do know. And for them to see what it was last year compared to what it is this year. Because I know in Agilitas, a lot of the municipalities do that so that they understand where, and I mean, for this year, I'm sure everybody knows because it's been in the papers a lot, but it would be nice to see that it was 100, I'm guessing, I think it's 180 something or 190. And next year it's like 300 or 200 and something. So they just, because we used to have garbage on, remember,
We did.
to show, and that people like could at least go, oh, okay, that's what that is. It's not because we're out doing something, it's because of this.
Correct. And it is separated on the tax bill, and it has been for
Yeah, it has, that's what I mean.
quite a few more of our neighboring municipalities were planning on separating it this year as well, so that they can, because they were not, and they knew some of us were, but certainly whenever they get drastic increases in the cost, I'm assuming that's what triggers most people to say we should separate this to at least identify it for the
Yeah.
residents.
Well, I think the other reason is that the province has made a commitment to provide some relief. We don't know whether that's going to be a fraction of this cost or whether it is going to be a one-time relief. But it's probably going to be a decision we hear about outside of our planning decision in the next 2 days. All right.
Oh, so next up on the list is, this is the contribution to the capital asset management plan. So it is the $300,000. That number, it's probably a tiny bit low because it's probably not 2.4%. It's 2.4% is likely a little closer to 315,000, but I'll like the increase in 2026. I'll bump that number to 350 so that we ensure that we're constantly at somewhere near 2.4%. I know I listed the taxation reserve utilization of 2024 on here. And that's because we drew from a reserve last year to reduce the levy impact. But so we can't, I'm not saying we can't continue to do that, but you wouldn't typically continue to do that. So that is $300,000 we're looking for this year, that simply because we drew it from a reserve last year. And there's a few, we'll call them positions. They're not all. The first one is IT managed services for 120,000. And the biggest reason we are looking to do this, and it is a contracted managed services, but at a much higher level. So I believe a handful of you went to the cybersecurity for council members.
Member Taylor.
Sorry to jump in, Andrew. Just back to that taxation reserve utilization. So basically, we didn't do it last year, so it's catch up. Is that what that is?
Because, sorry, if I can.
So I didn't I let that go
No,
by.
of course. To respond to Member Taylor, what we did is we drew $300,000 from the reserve last year to keep the tax levy down. Because now we have to make up for doing that last year.
Yes. Member Jansen.
Thank you. And through the chair to Andrew. So if there happens to be a surplus, would those surplus funds be able to be used to go back into that reserve? A surplus from 2023 or 2024? Through to Member Jansen, we can certainly do exactly that. We can put more into the taxation reserve for years of this nature, but you will notice that the draw from a reserve in any given year to reduce the levy immediately comes back to bite you the following year, because now you've got to recover those. You're still looking for those additional funds. And unless you're going to always draw them from reserves, which it wouldn't be advisable, and certainly wouldn't be sustainable over time. So really, we certainly can do that for one-offs. And we did have $500,000 in there to start with, and it was there simply because we expected the mall, for one, to have their assessment reduced significantly, as well as the gravel pits. Luckily, we were able to absorb those hits in annual years to not have to draw from the taxation reserve and allow the surplus to cover those impacts. We do still have $200,000 in that reserve in the event that we did want to use it. But as I pointed out, when we used that 300,000 last year, now we're looking for 300,000 from the levy this year. So it will always be, it'll always be, if we didn't take it this year, we're going to be asking for it next year. And it's not sustainable if we continue to draw it from a reserve or the surplus for that matter.
Yes, a question from Member Minnings.
Thank you. Through the chair to Andrew. Some of the bullets on this page, just for my clarification, are fixed costs or things that we don't have control over, such as the police services cost increase. However, it appears to me that some have not yet been decided and are being put forward for consideration by staff to the council, such as the new positions. Is that correct?
Through to member Minnings, absolutely. So just to give you an idea here, you're absolutely right. The police service costs is a fixed one. The taxation reserve utilization number is also a fixed one. The remaining items on there are certainly up for council to make a decision on.
Thank you so much. And then subsequent, I'm wondering if in future or when you finalize this budget package, because it is not the final one yet, if that could be indicated going forward, and perhaps for next year, it's helpful for me to know what we have the ability to perhaps control and what we don't. So appreciate that clarification.
And just through to that comment, absolutely. And that's a good idea to separate the ones we do not have control over from the ones we do have control over.
Question from Member Cox?
I asked you this yesterday, so I just want to bring it forward. I think we should be going into this budget with an idea of how much is 1%? That if we are looking to decrease anything, what are the numbers if we want to decrease at 1%?
If I can, through to member Cox. In order to drop the blended tax bill, so what the resident sees by 1%, then it is about $315,000.
15?
315 to 350, because I say 315, but that's the residential tax rate is not exactly the same as the commercial and the industrial. So it is somewhere between 315 and 350.
Okay, thank you.
So just back to the IT managed services, this contract would provide a much higher level expertise in areas that a general IT staff would not have, and an immense amount of this contract is managed detection services. So to ensure that if we are one, I guess I should say, one is to prevent any security issues with township information, and to act on it immediately if there is anything that could possibly impact us.
Yes, Member Cox.
Through the chair, is this where we want to discuss these if we're going to, or are we going to move them? Or I just would like some clarification.
Maybe I'll let the CAO respond to that one.
I think let's get through the presentation mostly and then globally, because there's slides on these positions and what the risks are if you decide to cut them. So I wouldn't start doing it till you've heard all of that.
Yeah, the next few slides actually give a little bit more information on each one of these. One, we do have, you'll remember from the organizational review, they did suggest that we hire a development engineering coordinator, an HR coordinator, and a GIS technician. And the initial plan was for those to be hired in 2025. So they are included here for council's consideration. And then there is a levy impact increase in fire services operations. Certainly, we can get into the details of that a little later. And the fire chief can help chime in on some of those increases. But it is another impact to the levy this year. 3% cost of living increase so the COLA increase for 2025 is $260,000. We do have grant requests of $45,000. It's not necessarily an increase in the levy because it already exists, but certainly this is an area where council does spend a fair amount of time. So we do have $63,000 in requests, and the budget currently as it exists in what you've got in front of you is still at $45,000, which is what we had there last year. The next line is, we've called them economic development grants, but these are the payments to organizations like Lake Country to do tourism and economic development. It's the physicians recruitment, so it's included in there as well. So the number from last year was 67,600. We do have in the budget 115,250. There is a slide on this a little later on, so I'll probably defer to that, but that does include some of the asks also from Mariposa Hospice for 2025. And then we'll see that slide a little later on. Now that we have an economic development officer, there is a economic development budget, and the increase to the levy for 2025 is 61,000 as a result of that. Roads operations increase for the year, 258,000. Certainly that's, I would argue, fairly reasonable from a roads operations standpoint. They are our largest and most significant, and they are the ones impacted by the construction price index. More than more than the rest of us. There is a library increase this year. They have asked to increase part-time position, so it's another $24,000 for them. Now there are some items on here which are capital in nature, certainly up for council's discussion. And we will certainly look at that when we do the capital sheets on each department. Oh, that's okay. No, that's quite all right. I don't need to go over them in detail. That's good. Go ahead. You're all right. Okay, so now the next few slides list the positions that we were looking to get for, or certainly go ahead, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's here, Andrew, and the other positions. Does it includes all the extras that comes with employing someone? Like, figure that you arrived at, for example, that a development service coordinator at 149.
So through the mayor, that includes salary benefits.
That's everything.
Pension. It includes everything. It does not include an increase in budget as a result of the work that they'll be doing, though. So each position we hire potentially has a budget impact on operating costs because they may need more than just their salaries.
So what would the actual salary be? Would it be 149 or would it be like?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. That is, I can't remember off the top of my head what the actual salary is, but that's salary plus all the benefits.
So on top of the 149?
No, included in the 149.
Included. Okay, just so for clarity. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may pursue that
Okay.
just for a second. So
Yeah.
roughly, when you are hiring someone, about 25% of it is that about right?
It is, I believe for us, it is somewhere between 35 and 37%.
Okay, thank you.
So on here, you'll notice it's, the organizational review noted that planning has fewer staff processing applications than their peers. Current staff are at capacity, so not filling this position would mean a limited opportunity to improve the speed of the application process, certainly within the office. Limits on capacity generates frequent developer and resident complaints, which I would imagine are directed more towards yourselves than, I mean, they're directed towards staff too, but they're certainly directed towards council members. And the planning implementation, they are one of the groups that will be introducing the new town suite modules in the next coming year. So they will even be busier. Now, luckily, council approved the project management services, so that will help. But staff time will still be required. It's not like staff will not be able to be involved in the implementation at all. So we can go to the next one. So the GIS technician. Oh, and I'm not sure if anybody noticed, but I put next to the position the percentage of the tax rate if you remove the position. So I believe the previous one was 0.47%. This position 0.32%. So GIS provides important information and data for every facet of the municipal operations. And we do, I'm, I'll say finance uses it very little. So I would probably defer to somebody like Mr. Burke to let you know how much GIS is needed within our organization. But it's certainly critical. Currently, it is done piecemeal through the organization. We do have some staff members that have some expertise in the area, but it's certainly not, I mean, they cannot invest all their time in doing GIS because they have full-time positions otherwise. And it does, unfortunately, lead to some decisions being made with incomplete data if we do not have all that data in GIS that we could have. The next up is the Human Resources Coordinator. Again, the organization reviewed, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Member Mennings,
Thank you. Just on the previous slide through the chair, GIS, just for the purposes of those watching, could you please spell out that acronym?
So I'll refer that one to Mr. Burke, actually.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So it's a geographical information system.
yeah, Member Mennings, can you, when you hold your sign up, what's happening is your name tag is interfering and I can't see it. If you could just put it up maybe around your forehead, that's great. All right, thank you. And
So next up, the Human Resources Coordinator, again, identified as a position that is understaffed in our organization review. Current resources are focused on recruitment and resolving HR issues. It's difficult to keep policies up to date with limited staff. Adding the day camp for recreation in 2025 is going to have a significant impact on HR, especially in the recruitment piece, and long tenure of our HR manager position is certainly we'd likely need to start working on the succession planning because she won't stay with us forever, I'm sure. And then we do have managed IT services. This is not a position that we're hiring, but a outside contracted resource. Cybersecurity.
yeah,
Go ahead.
we have a question, Member Mennings.
Thank you very much through the chair. On the HR position on the previous slide is sorry. I'm just wondering if those duties are going forward. Like is the township requiring because you've mentioned a long tenured manager position that's existing, is the intent that we always have an HR manager and always have an HR coordinator to sort of round out that department?
I'll defer that to the CAO.
Yeah, through the chair, I think the answer to that is yes. I think when we did the org review, we were the only municipality in our comparator group that only have one. And I can tell you the workload is way too much for one person. HR matters take a lot of time, so we don't get to the day-to-day things because she's either recruiting or dealing with HR things. And the org review was very clear when that person retires, you will need 2 people to replace them because they've been here 35 years and they know absolutely everything and have done every job. So I don't see it changing when, I don't see the need for this position changing when the director or the manager retires. We will still need a manager, but it just gives us more field bench depth as we approach that time.
That's okay. And catching up. Yeah. Oh, do we want? We want to continue? We should probably continue on that one. Yes. And also, I'll just go through some of the points on the slide, but certainly cybersecurity issues continue to test the resilience of municipalities. It seems to be
There's more and more and more webinars on reminding us of the importance of being prepared for cyber attacks. One, we do in-house office training, and they're becoming more and more sophisticated. So we are trying to keep staff trained on the more and more sophisticated attempts that they use to get access to our information. The managed services will provide access to highly skilled and specialized IT services, not possible for a general IT staff member to. They may be an expert in one area, but they are certainly not an expert in all areas. And ultimately, by hiring the managed services, we get a team of experts as opposed to just. In order to hire this in-house, it would be significantly more expensive because we'd need 4 or 5 employees to have that, to get that type of expertise.
We have a question from Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Andrew. So is this like a user pay? Like, are they, is this like a fire department on call if there's a problem, or are they on site? How would it work? Are we billed annually, hourly? How do you foresee this proposal?
So most of the managed services will happen off-site, but they're quite capable of doing it remotely. And most of the services, the 120,000, the majority of those services will be billed on a monthly basis. We will be able to utilize them in the event that David goes on vacation, or if God forbid David was incapacitated for any reason and wasn't able to work. They will come in, but then that would be a per hour cost. I believe the quoted per hour cost that they provided is $115 an hour. But these services are them doing, effectively 24-hour. They'll be operating 24 hours to ensure that our data is kept secure at all times. And will certainly help with as part of that, will help with much more high level IT issues that David certainly can use to help on.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Member Cox.
Through the chair. I think this is a very important one. We have one person doing our IT, and we are constantly increasing our IT programs to make it easier for our residents, and people want this. The cybersecurity is high, and we only have one person. So as you already have said, if that person is sick or if that person wants a holiday, and I'm sure he probably worries constantly about these types of things when we have our meetings, someone has to ensure that we can be on YouTube, all those types of things. So to me, this is a fixed number right now. And if we needed it for $115 an hour, I don't have a problem if something because we have to have this backup. So in my opinion, this is one service that I think is highly needed, and we to protect us and our residents, because Midland already got hacked, and there's many other ones who have, and they said, and we all know the other businesses, that what has happened is the cost of it is high compared to what we were going to spend to help protect us.
And if I can add to that, it becomes more and more required for us in order to keep our cybersecurity. Not all of our neighboring municipalities are able to get cybersecurity insurance. And because they're not, they're going to have to face this alone if it does happen. And we are able to get insurance now. There's no indication that we won't be able to continue. And the more that we can do on our side to ensure the safety of the organization, the more likely we'll be able to keep the insurance, because they do keep asking us for more and more and more each year. And so in order to keep up on top of this, managed services will definitely ensure that we are able to continue to keep our cybersecurity insurance.
Yeah, if I may, I'm going to pass chair for a second to member. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see you. Yeah.
Through the chair, Andrew, are we using their services now?
If I can, through the mayor, we do use their services on so we pay them on occasion. So when I say that's 120,000 additional cost, it's not a complete, there are a few items that they do now that we will not have to pay for because of the managed services contract. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. We do have a different provider giving us security or backups. So backup to our information. That's roughly about $1,000 a month, I believe, right now. That will be included in the service, so we will save money there as well. There are a few savings, and we are currently using their services, so they know our network, our systems better than anybody else does.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment at this point on the staffing. I mean, the reality is we obviously aren't going to be able to hire all these people, I think, at the end of the day. But it is frustrating considering the needs that are identified here in such a variety of areas. I just wanted to note on GIS, like if we don't hire one or two at least, or somebody, we run the risk of becoming a backwater municipality. And, we've made good progress in staffing up and doing things, but even though times are challenging, to not do any of that is not going to be good for servicing our public in the future. Some of you, I noticed there's a lack of familiarity with GIS. When I was supervising the information unit at M&R in 1994, I had a GIS officer and a part-time assistant for that person. You live in a world of maps. That is our world. And it shocks me that 30 years later, a municipality with much greater needs than I had in the 90s does not have that capability. So, I just wanted to point that out. And of course, IT services, everyone knows data and information is the new gold. And, we really have to think this through and make decisions in the next 2 days. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay,
Member Cox, go ahead.
so I'm going to ask again, is this where you want us to start pounding through this and figuring out what we're doing?
So we could just kind of go through the slide, and then certainly
Okay,
I would
thank you.
say that this would be the time to do it. So these are just some of the general risks delaying new positions. So council approved the 3-year hiring plan to address deficiencies in our current service levels. Delaying those 2025 hires will simply delay future years plans. So a new planner, a new financial analyst, a manager of recreation, public works, 4-person, and deputy clerk are also included in the plan, but in 2026 and into 2027. So delaying 3 positions this year may mean you're delaying 3 positions for every year for the next handful of years. It's difficult to do the required but extra projects within current staffing levels. Asset management plans being one of them. Updated software for improved efficiency. To run an election for the clerk. And increased recreation offerings as well. And then when the West Shore Recreation Facility is completed, so if we were to build, so in the event that we got, based on the discussions from yesterday, we were to receive grant funding and we're in a position to put shovels in the ground. Once the facility is built, the operational costs are likely going to be in the ballpark of $500,000 a year. So then, because that will include staffing as well as operating a new building altogether. So we will be looking for money at that point in time too, to also run the facility.
So now would be the time, I think, to review
Yes.
the positions and how you're feeling about them.
Yes. Member Paquette.
Thank you, through the chair. So I think IT is something that is needed, as Member Brennan has said, the chair has said. But I just need some more clarity on the the planning person that we want to hire. And I know Andrea's not here. Is she? Oh, thank you. Like, I'm just curious, if maybe you could just explain what this person, I know there's a description here, but a little more detail as to what this person would do. Knowing that we're backlogged in the planning department, and you look at the number of applications that are coming forward, and these huge files take time. So we have two people that I think work on them constantly and two that work on the regular day-to-day business, but I'll let Madam CEO speak to that.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can happily answer questions about what these positions will do. But when council makes their deliberation, I would prefer if you say, yes, you can have two positions, or yes, you can have three, or yes, you can have none, and let the organization figure out which positions are most
Okay.
important.
All right.
Because that's an organizational thing, but just on that particular one, there is often complaints about the speed of application processing in planning. So one of the suggestions in the org review was this development coordinator that has some engineering background. It won't be an engineer, and it won't replace our need for an engineer, but it will help process the comments on applications faster. So right now, and remember, I am not an engineer, so I may get my terms wrong, but a geotech engineer says X and a road engineer says Y, and they conflict. And so the planning staff don't have the ability to say, how do we work this out? Because it's not their language. So we're looking for somebody that has that language, because what the developers say is, you guys give us conflicting comments and then we don't know how to resolve them because A doesn't meet. We need to get these people to sort it out. And the other thing that we think will be helpful is with some engineering background, when we send it out, remembering that Severn is not the top tier client of any of these engineering firms or specialty firms or whatever they do, we tend to be the bottom of the list, which because they have bigger clients, right? They have Barry and they have Aurelia, and so they get to us when they get to us, and they'll say, automatically our timeline is 8 weeks. We don't know if that's a reasonable time frame or not, because we're not engineers. But if we have somebody that can look at it and say, look, this is like 2 days of work, so you should have it back to us in a day and a half. So it's just somebody to help keep the process moving faster and smoother, and have a little bit of specialized knowledge that doesn't currently live in the planning department.
Okay, thank you. So you want us to pick, if councils or the committee's in favor of 2, which would be, so it would be almost 1% on our levy, be a little bit less. If we chose 2, if we chose all 4, it'd be 1.5%. Okay.
The positions
Thank
are
you.
all in right now, so whatever you cut relates to the cut that you're
All right, thank you.
making.
Yes, Member Cox.
Okay, I'm good with 2. And maybe at the end of it, I might say 3. But whatever we say right now doesn't mean that's the way it has to be. We have tomorrow or whatever, and I may hear things and see things throughout this budget where I go, oh my God, maybe we do need that other one. I'm good. And the one I will say I'm very good is the IT. The other ones, that's up to you to decide, because I am not a person who knows which one you need the most. I feel bad. I know we need them all, but with the budget the way it is, and as I say, maybe when we get to Friday afternoon, we can go, wow, we did better than we thought. Maybe we could add another one on. I don't know, but right now I'm going to say 2. Thank you.
Just going to point, are you talking the IT service or an IT or a GIS?
That's the only one I know about that's the only one that I actually have any information, because I went to the cyber. So I would say that to me, that's important. And
Okay.
the other one position I would leave for staff to figure out.
I'm going to ask the CEO to clarify that.
Yeah, I'm also happy to tell you where my priorities are, if that is helpful to you. So IT, absolutely number one, that keeps me up at night. Our coordinator does an amazing job, but he's just one person and you can't know everything about everything and he can't be monitoring 24/7 and he never gets a day off. So IT, absolutely number one for me. And I feel like I'm picking between my children for the rest because they're all important. But the second one for me is HR, because we don't have enough time to keep our policies up to date. So if we have a workplace accident and the MOL comes out and does an investigation and our policies aren't just quite right because we haven't had the staffing to do that, we're going to get fined. And I believe I can get fined personally. So that keeps me up at night sometimes. And I believe council may also get into on that party. So it's a high risk area for me that I think we do better. So those would be my top two. And then I'm not sure between GIS and End Tech, we'd have to figure that out if we got more than, and they're all important. Don't get me wrong, they're all important, but I'm looking at the legislative and risk factors first. That's what keeps me up at night.
So
Yes.
supplemental, sorry. GIS, and I I think I've asked you this, but I don't, anyway, county, can they help with any of these?
I think I might get Derek to help me with
Okay.
that because the county would like us to do more. They do more than they should for us, is my understanding.
Yes, through the chair. So we currently manage GIS with a great relationship with the county Simcoe and their GIS group. It's not their core service, so they are sort of doing this a little pro bono often. And internally, there's really only two, maybe three staff that have working knowledge of GIS. So yeah, we're super deficient. We do get by, and that's how we get by.
Member Minnings, you have a question?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I'm not sure if this is for the CEO or for the mayor, but as I'm listening to the discussion and seeing what the new staffing requirements are being put forward, I'm not familiar enough with the budget process, this being my third one. Does the council always decide position by position on what the needs are of a township? So is it council's job to say, yes, you need this position, and or prioritize them even as we may be, sort of the discussion is going? Or could council not, I think, more prudently say, this is your staffing envelope, like this is how much you have to spend on salary, wages, and budget in the 2025 budget. And then to the CEO's point, leave it to the CEO to decide how that money is spent on positions, creating them, holding positions vacant, etc. So I'm just wondering if this is the way all municipal governments go, or if we have an opportunity to say, you've had X number of dollars last year in your funding envelope for salaries, wages, and budgets. And, the CEO coming forward saying, I need an increase of X number of dollars, and that be approved with some context as to broad strokes, as we're seeing in these slides, as to how that money would be spent. Or is it up to council to decide position by position?
Thank you. I'm going to let Member Burkett make his question, and I will direct these both, I think, to the CAO.
Through the chair, and thank you, Member Minnings, for that comment. So as you know, our only employee is our CAO. She's in charge of all of staff. And if you look at what's happening in our world today, and especially in our area, we've never experienced this type of growth ever. So COVID and the onslaught of COVID has, and I know you realize this, and the policies that the federal government have enacted and now are retracting on have created a world and an environment that we here in Severn, not only in Severn, every municipality in the county are experiencing the same concerns. So as we grow, we can't remain stagnant and stay here, but ultimately the decision is us at this table that decides, but the CAO needs to bring forward her plan as she moves forward with he or she, sorry, I'm not supposed to say she, or as they move forward, trying to create an environment and provide a service for the residents and the new residents that are coming to our township. And I'll let the CAO expand on that further. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I guess this is my fourth municipality that I've worked at. So I've had some a varied experience, and I think you're both right in that organizational structure and positions, what they do is up to the CAO. It typically comes down to the size of council, though. What councils typically approve is the budget. You have to approve the budget. So to add positions, I have to bring numbers to you. And most small municipalities bring business cases for the individual positions that they want to hire. Do they need to? No, but council wants to know what the value is that they're getting. And we've already done that through the org review. You had the org review that said what you needed. So I could theoretically put a big lump sum in front of you and say, I need an extra, whatever it is, $500,000 for staffing. That would be technically within my job parameters, but with my experience, I know you wouldn't like it very much. So instead I give you some more information. But where I don't think you want to get so involved in is I've said we need 4 positions. If that's too much for you budget wise, I don't think it's wise for you to pick and choose which ones you prefer. I think that's my role. I've given you the envelope and the short strokes of what they do. You tell me how much you can afford.
Thank you. And then subsequent to that is exactly right. I'm uncomfortable with prioritizing the list of positions. I think they're all necessary, and I think you've put that forward in the previous 3 slides. So that if it's the purview of council to say that the staffing budget was this much in 2024 and you're proposing an increase to this much for 2025, and here are 3 of the bigger areas where the money would go to, I'd be more comfortable with that, because I am pro-staffing and I do believe that all of the positions are necessary. And that's not just from what you've presented. I rewatched last night the Corporate Services Committee meeting on YouTube, my favorite reruns, June 19th of this year, where Blackline Consulting, that we hired, put the exact same information forward. So I'm not comfortable approving one over another. I think they're all important, and that was my question as to what is the cost, and if that would be better going forward, perhaps for a budget discussion that says we need this much, rather than determine which position is less important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Mannings. Yeah, I think there's a general agreement around the table here that we're going to let the CAO prioritize. We'll decide on the final numbers as we get deeper into this process. We have 2 questions. Member Cox, first of all.
Mine's a comment pertaining to your question. If I've been watching the other municipalities in the paper putting forward their budgets, and every single one does what this one does. They bring forward the positions, and unfortunately, not unfortunately, council's job is to ensure that we're fiscally responsible. So we need to really watch, and especially this year, but every year we do, our increases on our levy for our residents. So I've been watching Springwater and Collingwood and all the rest of them, and they all bring their positions forward, and they just say the same thing that we're saying. We need, this is what you put forth 4, you tell us the 2 you need, because for this year, this is where we're at. And if we can't let our levy get too high. So it is very common for, the way it's presented here. It's always been presented this way to me. And I've noted that the other municipalities all pretty much do it the same way and depend on the expertise of their staff to decide which one they need the most. Unfortunately, when we're dealing with public money, that is the way we have to do it.
Before I ask for Member Taylor's comments, just for those who may be anxious, we will call for a 5-minute bio break around quarter after, depending on where. Yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, just for the record, I agree. I agree that the IT job it's a contract job. I think one hack, this will certainly pay for itself. The other three, I appreciate Lori's comments there, but this is a tough budget. And I think if I would support the IT position, warming up a little bit to the HR one, but at this point, just one position, 4 positions or 4 FTEs in 1 year is a big hit to the taxpayer. And that's what I'm looking at. That I think the taxpayers out there deserve and expect good roads, and that's the basics. And that the rest is they're nice to have, but once again, I would support the IT position.
Yeah, Member McIntyre.
Thank you. Just a comment. I agree with the IT being critical at this time. Any kind of attack on us, it could cost us more than we really want to speak about. And the HR is a critical position in my view too, because that position is probably overworked and only works because the person in charge of that department has a massive knowledge about what's to do and how to do it. It's probably, I think, incumbent upon us to really reflect on the CAO making these decisions. She's running the company at the moment, the township at the moment. And if she had her druthers, she'd probably have the 4 positions filled. I don't think that's feasible at this moment, but I would follow the lead of the person who's hiring the staff that she finds is most critical. So I would do the 2, IT and HR, and I'll review at the end of it all to see if there's anything left possibly for the other 2 positions, maybe a junior position, or ask somebody else to do a little more and pay them a little more. They're probably all stretched, but at this moment, I think that decision should be passed over to the CAO, who knows the needs and the wants more than anybody, more than this group.
Thank you. I just have a question regarding the number of positions. If I flipped through a little bit further into the budget highlights, I know we also have the library position that's not fully defined in the document, but also a second bylaw officer and a customer service supervisor. Are those 2 like guaranteed positions? They're already filled. Okay.
That is just the annualized costs. So you approved those last year, but they impact this budget because you didn't fund it all last year. So they're already here. And sorry, except for the library. The library is complicated. Council doesn't get to make a decision on the library board operations. However, they do get to make a decision on the library board budget. So should you choose not to increase their budget by their ask, then the library would have to cut back however they choose to cut back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Cox.
I can speak to the library one. That part-time position is because we have had, how do I say this? We don't want to have the person alone in the building because of some issues we've had. So we're trying to keep it that there's 2 people in the building at all times. So for the 24,000, that can help us out, that one person isn't there alone if there's an issue. Thank you.
Mr. Plunkett.
Can I just wrap that conversation up?
Yes, by all means.
So just because we'll be making changes once this is all done, what I've heard is not unanimously, but majority are okay with 2 additionals and okay with me choosing what they are. So majority is good with that, not everyone. I got that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just reserving the right to look at it again. Maybe we could go to 3, but we'll see. But yeah. This is a good time to take a 5-minute break, please. All right, everybody's on board. All right, we will now continue our discussions and back to Mr. Plunkett. Oh,
There we go.
sorry.
All right,
Yeah,
we're back on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
just a sec. Councilor Minnick, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, on the previous slide, if you could put that up, there was a bullet that I just needed clarification on. Third bullet, where it talks about extra projects for staff. I just need to understand better how running an election or managing an asset management plan is an extra project. I'm not clear on the job descriptions in our township, but I know that running an election is not a project. It's a regular part of someone's job, is it not? I just need clarification on that.
You got it.
Thank you, through the
Yes.
chair. Agreed, it's not an extra, but it is a huge resource drain. So for example, the running of the election is the clerk's domain and it's in her job description. But in the year of an election, she still does all the things that she does every day. She runs the council meetings, she prepares the agenda, she does our FOIs, she does the records management. So yes, it's not an extra, but when it comes, it is actually an extra because she doesn't, what she has to do on a regular basis, it doesn't diminish. Same as doing an asset management plan is a huge data collection exercise. And Andrew is still doing the budget and still doing the audit and still making sure the bills get paid and the tax bills go out and all of those things. So all those projects are in people's job descriptions, but when they're one-offs, then they're extras in the years that are being done. So when we're already stretched tight, it adds a lot in the years that the projects are required.
Thank you. Mr. Plunkett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next slide is, and I won't go through that line by line by any stretch, but this is a higher level conversation on our reserves. And right now, and at least certainly over the last few years, it's not been something we've always done, but it is something we've been doing more so in the last handful of years. And we're attempting to draw more from the reserves than we're putting into them. So as you may remember a little earlier, Member Cox asked me what I thought our reserves should be at. And, I suggested that number would be better if it was closer to 100 million. And so when we're drawing more out of the reserve than we're putting into it on an annual basis, then we are putting a bigger risk at not having the reserves in place that we need. Now, I'm not saying that you don't have a one-off. So like certainly you may have a year where you draw more from the reserves, but on a annual regular basis, we should be putting more into those reserves than we're drawing out of them. And that is one part of the asset management plan, but it also, because we're implementing that over, a 15-year span, for example, it also means that some of the work that we do for road work, and it may be some years we're doing more than we should be doing in an annual year from a fiscal perspective. So I just want to bring that to, so that you're, aware that we are still, even if you look at this year, we are anticipating drawing much more from reserves. Now, I think some of that may have changed because we're waiting on, grants or others items before we necessarily go forward with some of those really large expenditures. But that being said, even the road work that we do on an annual basis. So if let's suppose Derek, and I don't know the number off the top of my head, but let's suppose annually we can do $4 million from roads, bridges, just typical annual replacement. But we're being asked to do 6. But we're only able to put 4 in. So we're going to go down, our reserves are going to drop by 2 million in that year. If we do that every year, obviously they're not growing at the speed we need them to grow at. I'm not saying that we need to slow down the capital projects necessarily, but we do need to keep in mind that we don't want to be drawing more from those reserves. And when we do, so even if you looked at this year,
right now, I believe we generated about almost $2 million in interest revenue in 2024. We're anticipating doing the same for actually it's a little higher in 2024. Interest rates have fallen. We do have interest revenue in for 2025 at just under 2 million. If we deplete the reserves by the end of the year by as much as we're suggesting we are going to do, then our reserve balances go down by a third, which means our interest revenue will also go down by a third. And we do use that interest revenue aside from the portion that relates to obligatory reserves such as the DCs. We do use that investment revenue to help fund operations to keep the tax levy down. So the more we drop in those reserves, the less interest we do earn, so which also has a levy impact. And that also gets me back to, that's why we want those reserves to be higher, because the more that's in there, the less of a burden we have to apply to the levy every year.
All right, we have two questions coming forward. Member Taylor first and then Member Minnings.
Yeah, just a question through the chair to Andrew. So net, even like when you have a surplus, the surplus goes back in there. So, but I guess the bottom line, when you look at the balance sheet, is what you're saying, the reserves are still going down, even though the surpluses are going back into it. So, and technically, we didn't put in anything into the reserves, but in essence, we will if we have a surplus. So, like,
Correct.
So, how does that factor in?
No, certainly, and absolutely that. And as much as I know, not everybody likes to see a surplus because it thinks we've over taxed in that particular year. A lot of those surpluses are driven by, you've budgeted for full-time salaries, but then you'll have a handful of people that you don't either have the position filled for the year because they've left for, depending on the reason. It could be health reasons. It could be, they switched jobs and it's taken 3 months to hire another employee. There's years where we don't spend as much as we do in the winter control budget simply because we get a good winter. But if we didn't budget for enough, we'd be in a deficit position. So we do generate surpluses, but we do put it in reserves, and that does help. And it helps. I would say it helps immensely as long as we continue to do that. But it's more of the in theory concept that we want to make sure we're not budgeting to draw more out of those reserves on an annual basis than we're putting into them.
Member Minnings and then Member Burkett.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I did ask some questions via email earlier this week about this slide, and Andrew was kind enough to let me know that this preliminary budget that's being put forward has $6.4 million being contributed to reserves and $18.2 million being withdrawn. And for, compared to the 12.1 million withdrawn last year in 2024. So my question to you, Andrew, is, with that statement and from the discussion at Corporate Services Committee yesterday regarding pausing on the expenditure for the West Shore Rec Center, is that $18.2 million that this budget package is projecting, is that still planned to come out of the reserves, or will that be reduced by all or part of that $15 million that we're not spending?
Thanks. Just through to Member Minnings. Sorry. Part of it will come down because part of it's definitely being drawn from the reserve. So if we're going to wait on funding, not all, of course it does depend. So we may be making that decision. I guess it is definitely grant dependent. I mean, I would probably guess that we probably won't know whether we get that grant soon enough to build in 2025. So it would likely at least be pushed off to 2026 at the earliest. But certainly some of that will come down. Currently, unfortunately, I can't remember how much of that particular project is being funded from reserves in the budget right now, because I think we may have added a grant component, but I'll have to double check. But certainly, if every one of those large projects that we remove, it will assist in reducing the draw from the reserves.
Thank you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair, and just further to Member Taylor's comments, I think we all are aware that throughout the year, mainly our Director of Public Works comes back for some of the projects that we budgeted for. An example is the huge culvert on the Wayman line. Thank you. So we budgeted 2.5, and I think it came in at 3.2. We needed an extra $700,000. And of course, we draw that from our reserves, and down goes our reserves again. You know, trying to get the best price. Anyways, and I think you all understand how it works. And so when we do have a surplus, it only makes sense that we put it back into the reserve account.
Thank you. All right.
So now if I can, this is really highlighting the impacts or some of the items that are in the budget. Now, some of these you'll see are repeated. Some of those are the pressures that existed. Some of these are just to give you an idea of some of the impact certain items have provided for us. Assessment growth is one of those impacts. So we've generated this year, based on the assessment growth, 296,000 additional revenue. So almost 1%, but not quite. I'd like to see that higher, but that's the highest I've ever seen it in the 13 years I've been here. So that is the most growth we've received in 13 years.
Member Taylor.
So with the impact, Andrew, is it going to be, what impact, if any, will that have in 2025 if based on it hasn't been done for many, many years? What impact on the taxpayers?
So this will be my attempt at describing the impact of MPAC for everybody. I'm not really certain, because MPAC has suggested that they don't want to do this because it's going to drive everybody's taxes up. But they apparently don't understand how taxation works. Because if I double your assessments tomorrow, I'm now going to lower the tax rate because I only need so much money. I'm not going to say, oh, this gives me the chance to now tax you at the same rate on double the assessment so that I can collect twice as much money. I would guess maybe there's one municipality out there that might choose to do that, but majority would never do that. And if assessment goes up, the tax rate goes down. It's as simple as that. Oh, I'm gonna let
Yes.
Through the chair,
Garcia.
this is my cynical view. So MPAC is not going to do a reassessment anytime soon. They should do it regularly. It doesn't change global taxation because, as Andrew said, taxation is assessment times mill rate, and everybody's mill rate is the same. When they actually do a reassessment, it will redistribute who pays. So for instance, during COVID, waterfront properties went through the roof. They are terribly under assessed right now. So your waterfront properties are paying less than they should be currently. If impact reassessed, then those properties that are under assessed will see huge tax increases, though, and that will make the properties that are appropriately assessed pay less. So I would say the provincial government has lots of friends and family that are waterfront, and they're in no hurry to do so. That's just my cynical view. But yeah, to Andrew's point, we collect the same amount of money, just individual. That doesn't mean that your taxes won't change because your assessment may go up or down.
Just one follow-up. So the mill rate, how is that determined then? So does that go down if the assessment goes up?
So yes, it does, through the chair to Member Taylor. So if assessments go up, then the mill rate goes down.
Yeah, through the chair. So Andrew, this 296,000, this growth impact is new builds, right?
It is.
Okay,
new builds.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So the next line on there is the Ontario Municipal Grant, which for us, we have always sent direct. So one of those contributions to reserve on an annual basis is that money. One of the reasons that Severn has always sent it to reserves to be used for infrastructure is because the money is not guaranteed to continue to happen. And there was a point in time in municipal history where everybody was receiving these funds. A lot of municipalities were using them to fund operations, and when the money disappeared, then they had to increase the tax levy to recover it. So when the funds, it's obviously this is the previous treasurer that's made this decision, but when those funds started coming back to municipalities, they said, well, let's not put us in a position where it's going to have a drastic impact if it disappears again. We'll just put it into reserve so it doesn't impact the levy on an annual basis. For us this year, though, that grant, we've already received the information on, so it is going to be $1.2 million, which is roughly 65,000 more than we got last year. Interest revenue, which I have budgeted for in the budget, is $1,950,000, and contrary to probably what most accountants would do, I suggest this is fairly aggressive. I likely would have scaled this back a little bit because I'm more worried into interest rates will fall more, so which we won't generate as much money. But if we had generated more than that in 2024. And so I expect that even though interest rates have come down, we'll still generate a fair amount of money. But you'll notice that's almost $2 million. So that is, if you figure that out, that's 6% on the levy. If we can keep or continue to increase that number. Administration capital. When we get to the capital sheets, you'll notice that there's $5 million on there, but that does include at this point in time the administration building. The signage strategy. So the annual costs to continue the signage strategy of $257,000. I believe the majority of that is actually drawn from reserves as well. The ward boundary review, it is of course drawn from a reserve. It's just, as many of you know, it has just started to get underway. So the project's being carried forward into 2025. Fire capital request, again, which will be on your fire capital sheets, of $531,000. And I do mention that we do have $150,000 from the levy that helps contribute to fire capital. I will say right now that number is low and it should be going up, but this is certainly not the year for that number to go up. But in future years, we'll want that number to go up because $150,000 annually is definitely not enough for the fire department, and maybe not enough for any department ultimately, but certainly not based on the cost of fire equipment and replacing it. And that's people's, they're our first line of defense. And certainly that equipment is expensive and it needs to be replaced. So I would suspect, as long as I don't have as many pressures in 2026, that I'd double that number at least. Policing cost increase, you'll notice it's 22.38% increase in cost over the year before. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, Member Burkett.
Through the chair. I'm sorry, Andrew, I got to dwell on this. This 22% increase, like I just can't wrap my head around it. I don't know how, and I know we have it on a separate line on our tax bill, but we're looking at an increase to 6 to 7% on our levy because of this. And I don't know how we take it out of it so that we're back to maybe a 4% increase, which is palatable for this council, but we can't do that. I'm struggling with this, and I know that other municipalities are as well. Like that's outrageous.
Yeah, I don't know I'm not sure the best way to I guess argue, put the spin on it, but unfortunately that, cost of policing it's a drastic increase for any given year. Like ultimately we've seen, I want to say over the last 4 or 5 years, very, very modest, if any, increase from the OPP. And, ultimately I say maybe that we should have said, well, you know what, they're going to come
come along one of these days and give us a ridiculous increase. One of the reasons why I say we should, start planning for a surplus and to create a surplus in policing so that we can cover when they do this again 4 or 5 years from now. But
And sorry, supplementary, if I may, through the chair, like no one is going to dispute the fact that the cost of policing, when you pick up that phone and call for a police officer, like I've never, even after the first round, when we were only paying 600,000 and it went to, I don't know, went to 2 million or something, that you, and I wouldn't complain either. Like it's a service that we require and our residents want a police officer when we call. So I just don't know how I know we have to incorporate it in our levy, but there's no mechanism to take it out of that levy so that increase isn't or separate it. Like, I don't know how we would separate it on a tax bill. I know that it's on there as a separate, but we were including it in our levy, correct? It has to be.
But ultimately, it has to be included in your levy. And when I tell you your taxes went up by 1%, that's your blended rate. So that's all of your levy. So that includes the county and the school board. Right? So because ultimately I think what matters, and I could be wrong, but I think what matters to the resident is my tax bill went up by 5% this year. Not necessarily the individual components that got it there. But I think they should be aware of what those individual components are so that they know that some of those are outside of counselors' control. And that's one of the reasons why we separate policing.
Member McIntyre, then Member Cox.
Yes, through the chair to Andrew, is it therefore the only way we can prepare ourselves for this is to separate this and have a separate place to put money for the policing in the future? Because I mean, this is, in my view, it's ludicrous, but it's an enormous amount of, if we had seen it coming, it would be different, but and my opinion is in 3 years when they do the police contracts again, we may see this all over again, which would make it even worse. So how do we separate that? Do we now have a separate place to put money for policing in the future?
If I can, through the chair to Member McIntyre, we already do have that mechanism available to us. And what I would suggest is in 2026 that if we get our policing bill, that we levy more than that policing bill in order to provide a surplus each year so that when this happens again, it doesn't have an impact on the taxpayer. So that doesn't mean the impact doesn't exist. It just means we'll smooth it out over 3 or 4 years instead of having it all happen at once.
Member Cox.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair at county and then at different ones I've been at. I think the biggest complaint and upset is we all respect and we all need our police services. But I think it's the problem comes down when you talk about calls for service. And there's a basic rate. A police officer goes out to work every day for 12 hours. But every time somebody in Severn calls, that's considered a call for service, and we're charged for that. And
sorry if I can. That's not the way the policing model works anymore.
well, that's what we were told at county. Because when we looked at the budget, it's called calls for service. And it is because they were saying, if your calls for service are up, your policing costs are up. And that's what we were told. And we were told by the mayor of Midland, he was a police officer.
So
It's on top of your basic.
It will, and that is the annual adjustment. So that may be more from an annual adjustment standpoint. But our main bill is based on the number of properties that exist in Severn Township. It used to be 100% service driven. So if you received the service, that's what we were being charged. When they changed the policing model, and I want to say it was in 2015, they started charging us per property. So, and that is one of the reasons why our costs went up significantly, because previously we were being charged based on the service we were getting. Severn required significantly less service than, for example, the city of Aurelia. So when they did change it, now we do get, if we go above and beyond a certain standard of service,
and if there's high level investigation. So if there's a murder investigation in your municipality, you are charged extra for it on top of the billing. But for the most part, standard services, you are charged just based on property.
So supplemental, can we have someone from the OPP come? Because I still think that that's what it's calls for service is a big portion of that. And I think we need to have some clarification on it. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So when the increase came through, staff put in that request to the policing bureau. However, they are at some point to be conducting some webinars explaining how the costing is arised at. And until those sessions are done, they will not be appearing before municipal councils. Because they hope that provides explanations. They were originally scheduled for about a month from now or a month prior. But they have been canceled and are to be rescheduled at a future date. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting because ESSA just had the OPP come and do a presentation to them. So you see where I'm going here? It's very cloudy. I know, and they told us there would be webinars and they told us there would be this. They were all canceled. And then when ESSA came and put forward, Mayor McDonald talked on Tuesday and said that the police had come and this was the information she got. So this is where I'm getting confused with this policing.
We will put in another request.
Yes, Member Mennings.
Thank you through the chair to Andrew. So the policing costs for the purposes of this budget and discussion are fixed costs. Is that correct? We're not negotiating them or the amounts.
Through the chair to Member Mennings, correct.
Thank you.
We march on.
So the next item on here is our OCIF funding, and for those of you who don't know what that is, that's Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, which is specifically designed for us to use on roads projects or bridges. So it is definitely for core infrastructure and core infrastructure only. Aside from we can use the funding, and we are anticipating using that funding to help fund the asset management plan.
You skipped the federal gas tax.
Oh, sorry, I did miss that. Sorry, my apologies. That wasn't intentional. Sorry, and the federal gas tax, which I believe they just renegotiated this year, is now set. So we should be receiving 477,000 in this year, and it'll grow slightly over the next 5 years. And they typically redo the agreement every 5 years. So we are guaranteed that funding, I guess, arguably for the next 5 years. We do need to use that as well on core infrastructure costs. So we use it to do, increase active transportation on roadways. We can use it towards that, sidewalks, improving the conditions of a roadway, bridges as well. And then next up, so back to the OCIF one, sorry. You'll notice that our funding has gone down from 767 to 652,000. Now I want to guess, because OCIF funding is based on the capital infrastructure replacement costs that you have. And so we're going to do a new asset management plan in 2025. And I'm absolutely certain we're going to find out that our replacement cost goes up significantly. And so we have to send that information into the provincial government. They'll see that, and they'll see that ours has gone up significantly compared to our neighbors, and we should receive more funding. So my guess is our fluctuation is partly because of the timing of some other asset management plans have also gone into this equation. Then it is 100% driven by the cost of replacement of your current infrastructure. So the higher that number, not that we want that number to be higher, but the higher we provide those numbers to the province, the higher that funding will become. Again, there's no guarantee that that money only started, I want to say 6 or 7 years ago.
it was significantly less than it is now. I think it started off in the $250,000 range. So it has grown to 650,000 or 767,000 last year. I believe in 2023, it was 903,000. But it's not guaranteed funding, so it could disappear depending on when, you know, whether there's a change in leadership or whether there's you know, needs for those funds in a different direction. And we don't typically find out about that funding. We did find out about it early this year. We typically don't find out about that, whether they're even going to continue that funding until March of the new year. But we did get early notification this year. The library budget, so they are asking for a contribution of 298,000 this year, which is roughly just the part-time staff position over and above what they asked for last year. Roads department projects, you'll notice is 9 million. And as we just kind of discussed, the amount that's going into reserves, member Minnings mentioned that it's approximately 6 million. But our roads department project for this year is 9 million. So that, you know, just based on the theory that we should be drawing less than we're putting in, we're actually drawing more here, just on the annual roads capital than we have in reserves to sustain on a long-term basis. The roads equipment, probably similar to most years. It's $500,000, and sidewalks of just about $500,000 as well. Water and sewer capital for the year is in at 10 million, almost 11 million. That does include the $8 million in West Shore. It does include the $15 million project, which we have temporarily not included in the budget for upgrades in Coldwater.
Yeah, Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair to Andrew. Regarding that water and sewer capital amount of just over 10 million, can you just provide a little bit more context for me on whether that affects the tax rate or our tax levy, or whether that's coming from development charges? Because I know it was brought up at yesterday's Corporate Service Council meeting. So I just want to know if that's something that is affecting our taxes.
Certainly, if I can, through the chair to Member Minnings. The water and sewer capital does not impact the levy directly, because it is those projects are funded either through water and wastewater rate surpluses, or development charges, or the water and wastewater rates themselves. So no direct impact to the levy for those items.
Thank you very much.
Member Taylor.
Through the chair to either Andrew or Derek. So the expansion being proposed in Coldwater, how is that being paid as we go along?
Sure.
So through the chair, the project in 2025 that is cumulative in that number is only the design of the plant at approximately 600,000. And that is to be funded purely by the area specific DC, the development charge that's been accumulated already to date. That's our plan for funding that. To fund the approximately $15 million in capital that's required to build that plant will be a conversation of both a draw on DC, a potential front-ending agreement, or debenture, right? Like, so overall, the DC debenture would apply to the DCs, but it would generate interest charge. And so that'll come to you next year with some plans for how to fund that. But the first step is to advance the design and obtain our license ready for getting those values and moving to construction.
So just in summary, then the developers don't necessarily pay for it. It's the people that are going to be buying the homes that'll pay for it on the debenture, similar to the West Shore project. Is that correct?
If I can, through the chair to Member Taylor.
Not, it won't, I don't want to guarantee it, but I suspect that's not going to be done like West Shore. So ultimately, if we do debenture it, we would borrow the money, but we would recover those payments through the development charges reserve over time. And then we would charge interest back to the development charges reserve. So it would also have to pay for that interest over time.
So then in summary, that would be an area specific charge on the
Correct.
right charges. Okay.
Member McIntyre.
Through the chair to Andrew. We're talking about a debenture there. What if they don't develop? I mean, it just a question. What if they don't develop? We make the necessary adjustments for water and sewer. What if they don't? They decide, well, we'll hold off for 5, 6, 7 years in developing some part of their development, and we've already over capacity, if you like, the water and sewer availability.
And if I can, I'll try to answer that question through the chair to Member McIntyre, but ultimately that's the decision of council as to whether you are ultimately willing to build it in advance. Risking the fact that development has to happen. If it doesn't, then you won't be able to recover those funds.
Supplemental. That's my worry, that they'll sit on 400 or 500 prospective homes, and we've done the work and paid up front. And then they say, you know what, we're not ready for that just now. The appetite to build at that time may change, and the hammer may come down from a level of government higher than we are, or even Simcoe County, possibly provincially, that they're made to make that land affordable housing. So it'd be a long time recovering that kind of money if we put it up front. And the idea that we'd collect it on DC charges later, and they don't do it for a number of years. That's just a concern that I would have about if we paid up front. I mean, we try to avoid any debenture, anything that we own. And that this would be probably a capital asset, but what if we're overdoing it? I just concern myself with if they become unfriendly with us and say, we're not going to develop that at the moment.
And if I can, just to respond to Member McIntyre, I think staff, we also feel that same risk. So we realize that, this is certainly a more significant conversation for us to have. And at this point in time, there's no way to tell whether we've got the support of development. We want to say that there's lots of developers who want to build, but certainly that can change depending on the economy pretty quickly.
Thank you. Member Mannings?
Thank you, through the chair. So this is just hitting a raw nerve, the word debenture, and when Mr. Burke raised it, and then this subsequent discussion about possible or future cold water and sewage treatment, and who's going to pay for it, because I still hear about the West Shore water and sewer that went through, and the debentures that are still being charged to 2035 on a lot of homes from people who couldn't pay at the time, including the home I live in. And what a financial hardship that was. People actually lost their homes. There are still we're still feeling the effects of the debenture, and knowing that West Shore, even at that time, had all of this building. In fact, I would argue the most development planned for this entire township, but yet the residents of Ward 4 are carrying those full costs on their backs and still do. That to have this conversation that cold waters or any other areas in the township would not be treated the same and would not be a cost incurred by existing or future residents is something that I know it's not a time for it now, but because it was brought up, I would caution, just based on the people who are still been living here and the information I've received from previous counselors also, that we really need to be very careful about making any commitments into the future about who's going to pay for a water and treatment plant in this township.
Oh,
So if I can just to.
just let Andrew and then the question
Just
from
to
Member Cox.
respond, just to give a little bit of context. There was not water and sewer services in West Shore. So that is why we did a local area improvement debenture to add it to their properties when we put the infrastructure in. Even though we mentioned the debenture and it wouldn't be put on the backs of the residents in Coldwater, when we say that, it's not on the backs of the existing residents because they already have water and sewer services. So the debenture would be responsible ultimately of the developer to pay us back through development charges. That is why it doesn't necessarily fall. It ultimately falls on each one of the properties of the new development, not on the existing residents, if that makes sense. But it wouldn't be added as a debenture to each one of those properties because it would be being included in ultimately within the development charges that the developer, it's already built into our development charges area specific costs. So we would take, it'll be collected over time. So and unfortunately that is at the risk of how fast they build. So if they don't build fast enough, it could take, I think we've been over some of these numbers, but if they don't build fast enough, it could legitimately take 30 to 40, potentially longer years in order to recover the money.
Thank you. Member Cox?
Yeah. Andrew's already answered the part about the fact that there was no previous water and sewer there, and that it was the massive cost in the area that we were rebuilding. But the residents of Coldwater had a debenture from the 1970s until early 2000 or 2010, I think it was, because they went from septic and well to water and sewer. So when you're doing a brand new, as Andrew said, service, that is what happens. And we all know that the water and sewer in West Shore had to take place because there was sewage in the ditches. So we understood it right from the beginning. It wasn't going to be easy, but it was the environment and it was the safety and the health safety for all the people.
Thank you.
Sorry, it took a little while for the button to work there. Just following down where we're at here. So SSEA, yes. So the ask from SSEA this year, 141,400. That's compared to 140,268. That includes a variety of services from them, but includes risk management services in source water protection, which we do require. And I will argue that the services provided by SSEA for the amount that we pay is a steal in comparison to what it would be if it was a conservation authority. Most of our neighbors that unfortunately have conservation authorities pay significantly more than we do. Up next, we have Lake Country. Their ask actually has dropped to 22,500 because they're not asking for the pay to play items this year. I'm not sure necessarily why they're not asking for them. I think those, well, I won't ask. Okay. But they're not asking. So the ask is for 22,500. Physicians recruitment, 29,000. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like I mentioned roads and bridges, but I think this is an important one too. So we keep this in the back of our mind that this is a good committee here.
Thank you.
So if I can, doctors recruitment, it is going from 20,000. Their ask is 29,000 this year. I believe they've already come to council.
Yeah, they've come to council, I think, and explain that. If you do need further clarification, I do know the background. No, well, yeah, people need doctors. No, I might as well. What happened was they had a recruiting officer that was described in our presentation yesterday. That was a very undervalued position. And in replacing that recruiting officer, they were unable to replace the recruiting officer without paying a fair wage. And for the first year, some of that differential in wage was paid for through the hospital fund. They no longer are doing that. So they are looking for, normally they ask for $2 per person for the jurisdictions they're working in. Romero has said no, but they pay $143,000 a year for virtual service. I understand Oromadante is trying to go 2 for 2. They split it between the hospital and Barrie in here. And so 29 basically corresponds to the traditional ask by this committee since 2004, I think. I don't know how long that formula was in, but they've been around a long time. Anyway, that explains why that jump is there.
So next up is Recreation Department capital. Of course, that 15 million does temporarily have the placeholder of the recreation facility. The building department capital ask of 55,000. And again, remind everybody that we'll discuss all the capital items in more detail when we do the capital sheets for each department. Included in the costs, and it is in this situation a fixed cost for the 2025 budget is the second bylaw officer, because we did hire them as a result of approval by council, but the subsequent to the 2024 budget. So that is a new cost for 2025. Customer service supervisor, again, as a result of the organization review, was hired this year. So not budgeted in 2024. So it is an increase to the levy for 2025. Asset management plan, $65,000. It is, we are required to update the plan in 2025. So it is included here. That is an estimate. I do not have firm figures on what that will cost us yet. And it can be funded through the OCIF funds. And tentatively, that's the way I have it funded in the budget, is to be fully funded from the OCIF funds. Did we go too quick then? Oh, yes. And the water, we also, we have the water and wastewater rate study. It is paid for through user rates, and it is up for 2025 as well.
Yes, Member Minnings.
Thank you for the asset management plan. Andrew, is that a consultant fee of $65,000?
Just through to Member Minnings. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
That's okay. This page is actually highlighting some of the items that we actually have not included in your budget for this year. Certainly, argue we understand there's certainly some constraints this year as well, from whether it's a capital standpoint or operational standpoint. The first item on the list is the economic development project readiness study, which we estimated at 60,000. We do know that that is part of council's economic development strategy, but we have held off not doing it in 2025 at the moment. The recreation transfer. So right now we are transferring 40,000 from the levy to reserves on an annual basis for equipment replacement and recreation, but that is a pretty tiny number, and we do want to be able to increase that to 100,000 annually to help fund capital requirements within recreation. We have not done it this year, but we would hope to be able to increase that to 100,000 next year, assuming we don't have as many constraints as we do this year. And then there are a couple of large capital projects that we have high level estimates on, but we have not brought forth. Now, certainly the cold water wastewater plant expansion, as Derek pointed out, there is some design and engineering costs being done this year, but the project has not been included. And certainly whether that project gets included is a future decision of council. We've also not included the Woodrow Road Bridge replacement project yet. We already understand that some of the amount of projects that the roads department is doing for 2025 25 is already constraining the reserves, so we didn't want to do, and we have prioritized that we can, or maybe I'll let the director speak to it, but that the Woodrow Road Bridge replacement could be put off until 2026.
Member Cox?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. To Mr. Burke. This Woodrow Road Bridge replacement, I would like not to take the time today, but I would like a report brought forward. That is a huge amount of money for a small bridge that there's already a way in to go. And if there's something we could do with weight allowability or some, I think we really need to look at this one. That's 2 million, it's almost $3 million. So I would just like some background for everybody and just to get a better head around the replacement on it. Please and thank you.
Member Jansen?
I just have a question about the Coldwater Fairgrounds redevelopment. Was the study that was supposed to start this year, was that funded from the 2024 budget? And if it doesn't get done this year, will it carry over to this year's budget?
If I can do the chair to member Jansen. I think I vaguely remember what you're referring to, but yes, if it was to be funded at a 2024, what happens if, depending on how it was being funded, anything that we transfer, we pull into a future year. So if we didn't finish the project in 2024, we would push it into 2025, but we would fund it from reserves at that point because we'd make the transfer if it was coming from operations, because we didn't use those funds. We transferred it into the capital reserve so that we could draw it from the reserve in the following year. Hopefully that makes sense to most of you, so that it does not have a levy impact in 2025.
Yeah, through the chair to member Jen, it is happening according to Director Belfry in November. And it went through our culture recreation, and he has noted that it's probably going to happen in November. Director Burke.
Through the chair, I believe our team has an RFP out now, so yes, it's underway.
So the next item on the screen is your economic development grants. I know typically you see this as one line on the administration budget, and council did ask that we give you a list of all those items so that you can see it, as opposed to just having me read them out to you on an annual basis. So bring those forward. You will see that line item as a line item when we look at administration, and it'll have a total of 115,250, but it is made up of those items that you see before you. Lake Country is, similar to last year's request. Physicians recruitment is $9,000 higher than last year. The Coldwater Mill Heritage Foundation and the Coldwater Canadiana Heritage Museum, those funding amounts are the same as they were last year. The Seg Bay request, I believe they requested 6,000 last year. We gave them 4. They're asking for 6. We have a question from.
Yes, Member Cox.
Through the chair to, well, maybe Andrew. Seg Bay is a chamber of commerce, right?
Yes, it is.
So we gave them 4,000 last year. What do we give Aurelia?
So it's to this day, we have not given really anything. They have.
We pay a membership.
We do have a membership yet.
No, we don't even pay a membership.
I don't think we do, but to tell you the truth.
I think we need
We
to.
don't pay a membership either.
I think we need to relook at this one. I think there should be a discussion on it because I think $6,000 is a lot. And I'm not being, I really think we need to see the value of each one and figure out, is the value there for the amount of what we're paying? Because if you look at it, it basically is one end of the township.
Madam CEO?
I think that's why we put this slide together. We put on the slides what the organizations asked for, but we're looking for council's directions on what numbers you want that to end up on.
Okay, I don't think it should be 6. I'd be okay with 2. Thank you.
In addition to that, I would like to know why we're not paying our membership fees for the Aurelia Committee. It seems to me that is minimum standard to qualify for a voice.
Well, yeah, Wanda's first and then me.
Member Minnings.
Thank you. Yeah, seeing how at the bottom line of this slide, grant requests have almost doubled for 2025. I do recall reading an article in the Aurelia Matters newspaper shortly after the presentation we had from the Mariposa House Hospice representatives requesting a cuddle bed. And that article stated that there was another group that came forward and purchased the 5 cuddle beds that they needed. So I just was wondering if staff could see if that 30,000 is still a request, because when they came to us, they were also going around to everybody asking for those 5 beds. So that's one area I'd like to see just clarified to see if it's still needed. And then the other, physician recruitment, 100% it's a priority, but a 30% increase in 1 year. Even knowing the costs and that many of us do not have family doctors, that that is a huge jump too. So I would just want to flag that to see if there's anything we can do to sharpen our pencil there.
Member Taylor.
And I think we said we're going to do grants tomorrow, so I look forward to a discussion on SegBay because I have a differing opinion on that.
It's on the agenda now. Grants are different than economic development, so it's on the table. You might as well have a discussion so you don't have to rediscuss it tomorrow.
Well, we have a member on SegBay here, so that's why I think.
Yep.
Point, if we are going to be discussing grant requests here, I would like to declare pecuniary interest on any discussion that takes place with the SegBay Chamber of Commerce, as I am a member of the SegBay Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
So why don't you go, if I may, through the chair, why don't you go through the other items on the list and give us a yay or nay or a less or whatever, and then you can hold SegBay till the end. And
Yes, Member Cox.
So do you want to go start at the top and work down?
Mhm.
There you go.
You haven't got down there. Okay.
just let's.
Sorry. Yeah. And okay, it's just, did we talk about Simcoe County cycle?
No,
We're just gonna
we'll
go-
just go in order. Sorry, yeah.
Lake Country it is.
So through the chair, I would just ask if people have concerns about the numbers put forward. If you don't have concerns, then that's the number. If you have concerns, then you'll have a discussion.
All right. Concerns? Yes, Member Minnie?
Not necessarily concerned, but could we know what the amount was that we provided to each of these line items last year? I know we talked about physician recruitment, but I don't know what Lake Country received from us last year. That would be helpful line by line.
Oh, I can do this off the top of my head, so we're okay.
Do it that way.
So, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, yeah, this thing. Another. So for Lake Country last year, they had requested 25,000. They've removed 2,500 of that, which was their pay to play items. So they're now down to 22,500. Physicians recruitment.
So sorry, Andrew. So then subsequent, did we give them in last year 22,500? That was my question, not what they asked, but what we gave them last year.
We gave them 25,000 last year.
Thank you. So should we decide on this or have a discussion on this one if we're going down the list?
Yeah, we can go through and I'll tell you how much we spent on each one as we go. How's that? sound?
So we're good on Lake Country at this point. Physician recruit?
So physicians recruitment, we gave them 20,000 last year. They're asking for 29,000 for this year. And they did come to council to explain why. I believe in member Brennan is on that committee, so.
Yeah, I could add at this point in time, they have an aggressive fundraising program as it, on the, like, we work with the Lions Club to raise money. They have a big fundraiser in February. They do all kinds of fundraisers. It's not like maybe another group where you say, well, you know, you can raise some extra money. They're doing, in my considered opinion, everything possible to offset their costs. Not only that, as I think you might have got out of my reports, the activity level by them has expanded greatly in the last 2 years. And as far as I'm concerned, this is an essential service for us.
Speak with this one. So I wrote it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to declare for the Coldwater Mill. I'm a director on the Coldwater Mill Foundation, and declaring a conflict on F 6.6 grants and also economic development grant on general ledger 122-103-3156. Should I read?
All right. Comments, questions on the requested grant number? Anyone?
Sorry,
No.
were we going down the list to find out? My question was, how much did each of these receive in 2024? I still don't have that.
No, I can provide that now. So
Thank you.
Watermill Heritage Foundation received $7,500 in 2024.
Yeah. I'd like to point out, those numbers are on page 122, but Andrew will continue to bring them forth anyway. So we are done. The Coldwater Mill is complete. No further comment?
So as we're moving forward to the Coldwater Canadiana Heritage Museum, the amount that they received in 2024 was also $7,500.
All right. Any questions, concerns around the $7,500 figure? Yes, Member McIntyre.
So my understanding, their insurance amounts, is that what I understand that to be the way it is? Those 7,500 each for those two are insurance? One's tax and one's thank you.
Any further questions relative to the Coldwater Canadiana Heritage Museum? All right, that number stands then for now. Segue, we had a question of whether it should be 4 or 6. And
Sorry, let me respond. If I can, if we are gonna move to Segway now, they received $4,000 last year. They did request 6,000 last year and we paid them 4. And I believe the year previous to that, it had been 3,000 probably for a handful of years before that.
we have a question from Councilor Burkett, or Member Burkett, sorry.
Thank you to the chair. I'm happy to give them what they had last year. I don't know what,
And Member Cox.
I'd like to see it go to 2. They only look after the north end. They don't look after all of Severn, and the other chamber helps look after the other half. So I'm sorry, but I know they do what they do, but is that the best bang for our buck?
Member Taylor.
Just question.
Yeah, just since it's sort of my end of the township, I see the benefit there. They're doing a great job, and that's an area that's lacking development. And I think I would support the 6,000.
All right. Member McIntyre.
I was thinking maybe a $5,000 would do it, I think, as far as I'm concerned. Anybody else who's in agreement could just say yes or no to that. One yes, one no. Two no's, one yes.
Waiting for,
What's the question?
well, yeah, the question was 5
Member Minnings has her hand up.
for, oh, sorry, yes.
Just you two.
Question, Member Mings.
Move to fall.
No, it's not a question. I just wanted to weigh in on the discussion, Chair. Thank you. I think status quo, yeah, same as last year, would be good. And I would also put that forward for the physician recruitment. I know it's a valuable service. We're one of many townships in the city of Aurelia that benefit from physicians here, and it's necessary. And I thought that they did really good work with hiring their new executive director with the grant that we gave them last year. But I think a 30% increase is quite aggressive.
All right, I was of the impression that we had finished with that one.
Well,
But-
we haven't voted or made any decisions, so it's just been confusing for me as to how we're deciding on the money. I haven't seen that come across.
I'll defer to the clerk here for procedural.
I believe at the start of this discussion, it was agreed that decisions would be made line by line as we move through them, and having moved past position recruitment, then staff noted that the 29,000 would be approved.
Right.
Your microphone's on.
We won't be voting on that again. We will stay on the SegBay matter. And now we've talked about 5. I think what we need to do at this point in time is let's have a show of hands for 4,000. It seems to me there's general support there. We have 4. We have a majority support for 4. They will get what we gave them last year. That's dealt with. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
The fire department's always saving us. Yeah.
Sorry, can we have microphones on, please?
can I go back and have a better discussion on doctor recruitment? Because I don't think but I want to bring it back. I think Member Minnings had a question and I didn't think we voted on it.
I am of the opinion that decision's been made. I'm going to defer for procedural here, but
So procedurally, you're not being asked to vote on things today. We're
Yeah.
taking directions. So for example, on the staff, we took direction that you right
Right.
now are up for 2 and not 4. We're taking direction on what you want for these grants. And as you come to a consensus, we're making a list. And when we bring back the budget in entirety, the budget will say what your consensus was. At that time, you can have another discussion,
Right.
can be pulled and you can have another discussion and you can change your mind. Right now, we're gathering direction based on consensus. So if Member Taylor is not satisfied, you had consensus on the recruitment, you might as well cover it now rather than have to pull it from a finalized budget. So
Thank you. Nor was I. The word consensus never came up. Otherwise, we wouldn't be asking for clarification.
So through the chair, I'm just a little confused. I thought we're going to do grants tomorrow. So we're jumping ahead to page 122, which has last year's and this year's, and now it looks like we're going to do it twice. So we're actually voting on it today, and we're going to vote on it again tomorrow. So I think either we do it today or do it tomorrow. I think we're doing it double. So doctor's recruitment is on page 122 on the list. So I'm confused.
I'm going to ask, I've had this discussion already previously with Mr. Plunkett. He can explain that why we have these in different categories, the grants that we're talking about tomorrow versus these.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to separate it from I know we've caused a little bit of confusion. They are more so economic development amounts. I realize they're typically like a grant, but they're not included in the standard council grants, which is the 45,000. These are the items that we typically refer to out of the economic development fund to fund these particular organizations. So not particularly part of tomorrow's conversation when it comes to the standard grants.
Yeah. Supplementary then? Mr.
Yeah,
Chair?
but we're going to come into this in admin budget under that GL number. So we're going to hit it again here.
Yes,
So
we are.
we've
Yes,
got
sir.
a consensus, but we're going to discuss it again.
Yeah.
On that line number.
We'll be doing that within the context of the bigger picture.
But I think you can actually look at physicians recruitment and get consensus now. There's no point in redoing it again when we get to line 150. Yeah.
All right. I'll put it forward. Who's in favor of paying what they have asked? Yep, we have a.
Sure. Yeah, I'd just like to ask Member Minnings if she had a concern or something that she wanted to bring forward. I think that was the reason why she asked for it to be revisited rather than it just going straight to a vote. I also have a very quick question on it. Earlier, you had said there's a formula for funding and that's why it's gone up. Can you just explain that again? And then Member Minnings, I'm not sure if you had a similar question, but allow Member Minnings to.
Generally speaking, the committee, which is a committee that reports to the broader hospital board, they aim for a total of $1 per person. Aurelia anteed in this year, or sorry, $2. Sorry, thank you. For instance, I didn't mention Aurelia. Aurelia at 30,000 is putting in $75,000 and did so this year as well. So that's the formula they're trying to achieve because they're basically trying to get services for all people, all individuals within it. So, it makes sense that they have a population-driven goal, if you will.
And supplemental, so that is a calculation of $2 per head for our municipality.
If it can, they did estimate a population at 14,500. So yeah, that does make sense.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Member Jansen, for clarifying. So then, with physician recruitment at $2 per head, which I believe is fair, that wasn't the explanation provided for the increase of 30%, because I don't believe our population grew by 30%. And then my second question is just, again, I know Member Taylor and Member Jansen declared pecuniary interest in speaking or voting or consensus, whatever we're calling it, for these budget amounts, but I'm questioning whether or not the chair also has a pecuniary interest as they sit on the physician recruitment team. So just in the interest of fairness for all of these very deserving groups, I'd like some clarification since it seems that we're actually doing approvals now. Thank you.
Yeah, I do have the answer to that question, but I'm going to defer to the CAO.
Yeah. The answer is it's not for council members or staff to question members on their pecuniary interests. They should get their own advice and make their own decisions accordingly. So I'm quite certain the member has gotten his advice and has declared or not declared as appropriate.
And I'll leave it at that. All right. So back to further discussion. Where were we? Oh, yes, we were talking about the physician recruitment program. Now, we've already held a vote. We had four, so we've had some dialogue. Let's show of hands one more time to see if anything has shifted in favor of the ask of 29. Yes or no? So that'll be incorporated into more discussion. Thank you.
Next up is the cuddle bed.
The cuddle bed.
And as Member Minnings mentioned, oh, we may have an answer already. Never mind. I'll refer to the clerk.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I very quickly messaged Mariposa Hospice House and they absolutely are still looking for the 30,000.
Thank you. So any further discussions with regard to the ask? Yes. Member Johnson.
Just an overall question on this section of grant funding. Did we budget for 115,000?
So as it stands, the 115 is in the budget that you have in front of you. So it includes the 30,000. So it is tentatively in the numbers that are in front of you.
Okay.
Thank you. The
Yes,
cook bed
Madam Chair.
was the number was a request. Council can pick any number that they like. I'm sure the hospice would be grateful for whatever amount you choose to share.
Further discussion? Oh, yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, for the few of us that were on site there, it's, they're doing an amazing job there. So I guess it's twofold. So can we go ahead, like say for the operating 12,000 a year, well, we can't really guarantee that for next year's council, but we can do it for this year. That's question number one. Andrew, I'm looking at you.
No, Member Taylor's just moved on to the operational funding, the 4-year commitment. Certainly right. I mean, we can, saying you're going to do 12,000 this year doesn't commit you to providing it next year. That all depends on whether council wants to, do a resolution or approve multiple year funding at this point in time.
Okay, so I would agree with that. Then I would agree with the cuddle bed, but circle that in case we run out of money at the end of tomorrow. But I think I'm tentatively I'm in favor of it.
Further discussion? So we'll go, no, you're good? All right, so we'll go with the 30,000 in full consideration of Member Taylor's thoughts around it. Thank you. Operational funding, 4-year commitment. Discussion.
If I can, Mr. Chair, and just to follow up on Member Taylor's comment, this is a 4-year request. It's not necessarily, I don't want to say, it's up to council whether they want to commit to 4 years at this point in time. But certainly the request is a 4-year commitment. Right now you have 12,000 in front of you for next year.
Yes, Member Cox.
So if I'm for the 4-year commitment, and I'm pretty sure that there's not a lot of people who wouldn't want to help this because it's a free service and every single one of us knows somebody who's had to have that service or needs it. So I have no problem with the 4-year commitment.
Member McIntyre?
Through the chair, that was my comment. I'm okay with the 4-year commitment.
Yeah,
Member
just
Taylor.
my question to the chair, just to Lori or Andrew, can we saddle future councils with a commitment, seeing that we got 2 years left on this term and
It's a yes, no. Technically, it's no, but it happens all the time. So if we put shovels in the ground in 2026 for West Shore and we don't get it done, you've effectively saddled the next council. Like things have to, the years aren't arbitrary, and it's such a small amount that I don't think we're not going to get in any issues with it. And I think, to be fair to the hospice, they need stable, predictable funding. So I think it's appropriate if council wants to support them, I think it's appropriate to support them for 4 years.
All right. Seeing no further questions, and we'll move forward with that as our interim number. All right, Simcoe County Cycle Simcoe.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can interject for a second.
Oh, sure.
Just with that 4-year commitment, if you put 12,000 in this year, once it's into the levy, so that you put 12,000 in this year, it will, and we did 12,000 again next year, it has no impact. It doesn't have an increase on the levy. So it's only new items that will have an impact on the levy.
Great, thank you.
And then just to provide an update on Simcoe County Cycle Simcoe, we did give them $750 last year.
Oh.
So we have given them $750. It's typically advertising for their cycle routes that are in Severn as part of the Cycle Simcoe
Yeah, just a little bit insight on that. If you go to the nearby track off Carleon, virtually any day of the week, you'll see the Berry Club's trails. They also supply maps. We have huge use of the two tracks there off of Burnside and Carleon for bike use. It is definitely attracting a business one way or the other. And these people aren't riding little cheap bikes. These bikes are worth thousands of dollars. And I can tell you right now, you have to watch yourself on the trails. There's that much use. So this is a pretty modest ask. I have nothing to do with them. Question, Member Taylor?
No, I support it. I think it's a good thing.
Member Burkett?
Thank you. Through the chair to Andrew. So the impact, this 115,000 isn't a total impact on the levy. So we're minus 25 there, an extra 9,000 on the next one. The other two don't impact, an extra 30,000, extra 12,000. That's it for this. So it's actually 40, 51, 53.5.
67. So just to give you the idea that the only new items on here right now would be the Mariposa hospice amounts of the 30,000 and the 12,000
Okay.
and the 9,000 from
1,000,
position
correct.
recruitment.
Okay. Thank you.
So can we go to the next slide? Lauren? So here's the part where I hopefully don't confuse anybody. But the ask to run municipal operations for 2025 is we are asking for an additional $1,894,571. So we are asking for a total of $15,155,507. And that's as compared to 13,269,36 of last year. And that's just the municipal component. So that does not factor in the 497,000 we need for policing. So if we move to the next slide, I believe it shows you. Now I know I told you it's 497,000 for policing. I've actually managed to use a little bit of existing surplus in policing operations to help relieve that pressure slightly, not a lot, but it is a little. So 460,000 is what we need for this year. So if we go to the next slide, it'll show you what we actually require for total municipal operations. And that is 17,815,289 as compared to 15,458,358 in 2024. So are we missing pages?
Through the chair to
Member
Andrew.
Burkett?
Through the chair to Andrew. So back on page 18, where you said the assessment growth impact was 296,000. That's
Correct.
our new bills. So how is that incorporated to your ask here?
So fair enough. So if I can, through the chair to the mayor, if we didn't have the 296,000 growth, I'd be asking for an additional 296,000.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair. So if I can ask, how did you arrive at this $1.9 million almost? Just curious. And if it's great detail, we can do it later.
And you're absolutely right. As the CIO just mentioned, you will see it in each one of the budgets as we go along. But of that and it's actually not 1.89, it's almost 2.4, right? Because it includes the OPP. So $500,000 that is OPP right off the hop. No, in the 2 if you, yeah. So if we're just looking at the 1.89, it includes the 4 positions that we discussed earlier. It includes 300,000, which we drew from the taxation levy last year and that we now have to recover. It also includes another 300,000 for the contribution to asset management plan to make sure we continue to do that. So those items alone, I guess they just broke $1 million, just those handful of items alone.
have already got us over $1 million. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So plus the 2 positions that we hired during the year, which were not already factored into the 2020 or 2024 budget, which were the customer care supervisor and the bylaw officer. And then the other pieces are within the individual budget. So I think I mentioned in the highlights, fire services was up by 161,000. Roads up by 258,000. Economic development was going to cost, at least their budget request was 61,000. So you add all those items together, then you get to you will get to your 1.89. I do have them specifically listed if anybody does, I have them. I just don't have them in front of me. I can get you to the exact dollar. I mean, so. Yes, it does.
Okay.
I'm not sure what happened there. Must have accidentally flipped them. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I think unfortunately, I think I forwarded the clerk the PowerPoint presentation yesterday, and I must have dragged those 2 slides in front of where they're supposed to be. Okay. Oh, we do. We just go back. We'll go back to them. They should be closer to the. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, so they don't make sense.
You just skipped 2 pages.
Sorry, just a reminder for microphones on, because we're hearing a lot of dead air space on the video. Thank you.
Yeah, just skip up 2 pages, and then we'll be seeing those graphs a little later.
I mean, just to, if I can, through the chair, just to highlight those graphs, just are a representation of the costs of the operations and their percentage cost. We don't really need to spend a lot of time on them anyways, unless somebody does want to know, but that is just a couple of pie charts to show you the areas in the departments that are the largest draw on operational costs for the township. But the slide in front of you now is the 2025 municipal tax impact. And based on what we've presented in the budget to date, so that includes the 1.89 million, of course, the increase in the municipal component of your tax bill, the average house, which is based on the impact assessment of 340,000. So because they have not increased their assessments, the average assessment in Severn still sits at around 340,000. So that the average resident would see an increase in their municipal component of their tax bill of $165.
Yes,
Through the
proceed.
chair to Andrew, so that 165, yes. Does that include the policing or is the policing on top?
Does not include the policing.
So how much is the policing on our average? I can't remember.
That's the next.
Oh, all right. Let's go to the next one. Sorry.
Yes, a question from Member Cox?
So these numbers here, your totals, there's 2 wages that will come out of this. So we'll have to look at new numbers.
Yes. So once we come back with the final,
that's fine.
then
Yeah.
I'll give you the new.
Okay,
new
just
slide.
wanted to,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Just a question for Mr. Plunkett. If we finish the impact slides, there's 3 of them coming up. Can that be done in 15 minutes or so? I mean, barring extensive conversations,
Absolutely.
then we will break for lunch.
We might want to see.
We're good for now.
We've got to see that. So similar slide, but just the policing impact. So just the policing levy impact. The increase to each property is $42.67. Increase just for policing alone. So when we combine the municipal components and the policing impact, it's a $207.66 increase on the average annual property tax bill for municipal purposes only. And then I believe the next slide after that is the blended one. So that includes the county. Oh, sorry. Go.
Yeah, just you're going to mention through the chair to Andrew. So the county and school board, but I don't see their rates on here.
So I've actually just done it as blended. The county rate increase that I've used is the 3.625% that they've used. The school board has already, school board will be zero because they only change their mill rate when there is an impact reassessment. And I didn't mention it earlier, but the last time we spoke to impact representatives, they have been told that there will not be a reassessment any earlier than 2028. And it may not happen then either.
So in summary, then the county's 3.625%.
Yes,
And the school board is 0.
correct. So those two numbers, of course, they do help bring down the total tax bill. I'm just waiting for the silence. That's okay. And so if we take the blended impact of the municipal, the policing, the county, and the school boards, the average or the increase in the tax bill based on the budget as presented originally would be a $248.39 increase on the average house in Severn Township, or the average property.
Yes. Question, Member Jansen.
Thank you. So, Mr. Plunkett, if we didn't change anything in this budget, the increase that our residents would see would be this $248.39.
Correct.
Okay.
On average, it won't be.
Yeah.
So that is
Based on the.
it is based on the assessed value, but the average assessed value for Severn is 340,000.
Okay, and in your numbers, the recreational site or the recreational plan or the build for West Shore, is that included in these numbers?
It is included in these numbers only from the standpoint that how we funded it currently, and how we funded it currently is majority of it is funded through reserve. So it's not a significant levy impact.
Okay.
Most capital, not all, but most capital is not necessarily levy impacted. We have built in a certain amount of the levy to help pay for capital, which I would promote that we do not reduce that number. Because if we do, we'd be instantly looking forward again next year, similar to the 300,000 we're looking for from the taxation reserve.
Yeah.
Yes, Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Andrew. What does 1%, if we drop 1%, how much of a decrease would be in the, or is that on your next slide?
No, it's okay. So right now, the blended tax increase, as you can see, is 7.84% based on the, but in order to drop that by 1%,
Yeah.
then I need to shave from expenditures. So that 1.89 million that we talked by about 350. So somewhere between 315 and 350,000 to get it down by 1%.
Thank you.
So let's say 300, if you wanted to go down by a percentage point, we need to reduce expenditures by 350,000. In order to go down 2%, we'd have to reduce some expenditures by 700,000.
So supplementary, if I may, to Andrew through the chair, how much does 1% decrease the 248? What does it drop to?
You're going to make me do math now. I want to. That's right. So it would drop it to 215.18 if we drop it by 1%. Yes.
If you drop it by 1%, it drops by 31, almost 32 bucks.
Yeah, $33, approximately $33.
All right, if the food's not here, then we'll continue until, oh, all right, so let's move on then. We're good? Everybody's good? All right. Water and sewer.
So as previously mentioned, we are doing a water and wastewater rate study again this year. But based on the existing study that we do have, and we are bringing forward rates based on that existing study, the water rates for 2025 would mean an additional $68.75 on anyone who is on both water and wastewater services.
Yes. Member Jansen?
Thank you, Mr. Plunkett. Just so I understand the way this works, and I believe I do, but I just want to make sure. We're not only putting in place these charges and increases so that we can pay for the water that we're supplying right now, but also to fund for future infrastructure projects.
So if I can, so not future infrastructure projects that relate to growth, but replacement of existing assets on our current infrastructure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Minnings?
Thank you through the chair. So I had understood that water and sewer costs were based on it was just based on actual expenses for running those and didn't include any other, as per Member Jansen's question. Is it not on a cost recovery?
So if again, it is based on a cost recovery, but that cost recovery includes operational expenses plus all replacement of existing and current infrastructure within the system. So it includes both capital and operating. But it does not include future growth. So it does not include items that would be paid for via development charges, for example. But once those projects are purchased, any replacement of those projects in the future would have to be covered by water and wastewater rates as well. Hopefully that was.
Thank you. So subsequent, and I know we've chatted about this also before this meeting. With the increases to water and wastewater for the, I believe, 6 water and wastewater treatment plants that are across the county, and some don't have wastewater, it's just water. So with the highest costs on an annual basis of currently $1,600 and change, we'll be going to just under $1,800 annually as an increase, so 1,700 and something. Is this the place to talk about this, or I know it's further on in the actual line by lines, because I do have some concerns for the West Shore area and the prohibitive cost that that people are faced with currently.
No, I would, if I can, through the chair, to respond to Member Minnings. This is likely the last discussion we would likely have on what the water and wastewater rates would be for 2025. So this is the perfect place to discuss them.
Thank you. So then, if it's okay, I'll just continue. Because again, in Ward 4, those on water and sewer, many are paying a debenture already until 2035. I know in my debenture, I don't know if they're all the same, but it's about $700 a year on top of the $1,600 and change for water and sewer. And I would argue, without having any stats in front of me, that the area affected with debentures is only or mainly Cumberland Beach. And further, that those may be some of the most impoverished families, perhaps, in the township. And I know many work minimum wage jobs, and even an increase of $68.75 for someone on water and sewer is really quite serious. And so I know I brought forward previously, I would like to see a water subsidy in place for certain qualifying families, residents. Certainly in West Shore, there are many people who live in Ward 4, and they live in, this is their second home. Or it's their cottage home or seasonal home. But for many people, it's their only home. And being on fixed incomes through perhaps CPP and old age pensions that don't increase at 4% per year, et cetera, that I've had lots of tearful calls over the year from people who have done nothing further in their homes or anything, and they're on these fixed, mainly government subsidies, and have been for a number of years, that they're not able to make another $165 a year or $68 a year or on and on. And I know I'm very much social service centric and forward, but I have to advocate for people for every single dollar that they have. And I'm wondering if there is a way. There are no water subsidies with the county of Simcoe, although I did have the deputy mayor reach out to someone at the county for me. I haven't heard back, but there aren't any. So I just really need to do my job here and say that I know we're talking about averages, et cetera, but for someone to live in a home that they've enjoyed forever or rent, they have nowhere to go. If they're paying $600 a month for rent now in Cumberland Beach, they can't get that by moving. They don't have a choice. They need to stay where they are. So these numbers, and certainly on the heels of water and sewer, I think are within our control as a council to perhaps see what we can do to help people continue to enjoy where they live and manage their existing bills as best they can. I'm not naive. I know things cost more money now. My plea is that many people cannot make more money.
Thank you. Before you answer, a question from Member Burkett or comment? Oh, okay.
If I can, through the chair, to respond to Member Minnings, I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm just not sure yet what council or certainly what you can do at this point in time that doesn't put that subsidy on the into the hands of other water and wastewater rate users or the taxpayer for that matter. As part of the water and wastewater rate study, I have asked the consultant to actually at least bring up this topic to let us know, certainly, and council will be able to ask questions specific to it as to what they have potentially they may already know exists, which may or may not work for us. It is certainly quite difficult because we have, our water and wastewater services, they're not the cheapest, certainly in the county by any stretch of the imagination, but they are essential services. But subsidizing it right now, if they're to stay sustainable, then it would have to be subsidized by the other users. And we can look at ways to do that. I'm just not sure if there will be any good solutions necessarily, but we can certainly do that when we're doing the water and wastewater rate study. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the timing on that would have them here in this, I want to say February or March, where council will be able to weigh in on those particular items.
Did you have a question,
Thank
Member
you, through the
Burkett?
chair. No, I just want to just reflect what Andrew has said. I think at the time to discuss this would be when the consultants are here, because I think we're mandated to charge X number of dollars, are we not, Andrew? Based on our water rate studies from a consultant, aren't we mandated by the province to do so?
I'll defer that to Member Burke, or sorry, Director Burke.
No, thank you. Yeah, through the chair, the two documents I think we need to remember are the water rate study then informs the financial plan, and the financial plan is a requirement by the Safe Drinking Water Act for licensees and for operators of municipal drinking water systems. As Andrew notes, the value of the rates probably shouldn't be adjusted Any change to maybe subsidy programs or any of that nature, is in addition to. But the rates are set based on the fixed operating costs of the systems plus the renewal component of our asset management plan.
Yes, Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, a couple of questions. Do we have an idea how many people are still on the debenture situation? How do we determine who qualifies for, you want to answer one at a time? Go ahead.
Through the chair, I think we need to get away from the idea that the debenture has bearings on water rates. Debentures were based on the cost to hook up to the systems. So if you didn't hook up to the system, you would have then been personally responsible for new wells and new septics. So this is not a punishment. And at the time, council let people pay for it over a long time. So yes, it's unfortunate they had debentures, but so did cold water when they did. But it has nothing to do, it's solely the cost of connecting it. It's a sunk cost, it's gone. The water rates are, as Director Burke have said, to pay for the operations and the future capital cost replacement. So it shouldn't matter how many people are on debentures or not. They're unrelated concepts.
Well, through the chair, I understand that, but the times have changed dramatically in terms of what it was and what it is. My simple questions are, how do you determine if we were ever to proceed with this question? How do we determine who's qualifies? What would the amount be? And what kind of relief are we looking for? Complete relief? I mean, I'm just trying to dance with Member Minnings just to determine it. I'm not saying I agree with relief. I'm just quizzing how do we determine who and how much and so on.
Member Cox.
I'm not sure about that, but I do know that if you start to decide or wonder who to subsidize, you're going to have to hire a full-time staff. And then you're going to have to discuss, and I don't want to get into these weeds. I'd prefer to leave it for our discussion with the rates. I think that we're out of the budget part of it. I think we need to leave it for our rate discussion.
Yeah, I believe we're drifting away too here, but Member Burkett?
Through the chair, I agree wholeheartedly. Like, I feel for some of the residents that are in West Shore, but this isn't a discussion now at this point. So to answer your questions, Member Minnings, I think those are great questions for when the consultant are here. So you can better understand why the water rates are what they are. I can tell you from talking to residents in Ramera that are just on water, and they're on almost $100 every quarter. So, we have water and sewer. Yeah, it's a little bit more, but it's nowhere near what Ramera's paying. So I think your questions are great, but this isn't the right forum for them. So when those water rates do come forward, when we have the consultant here, we'll be able to discuss it.
All right. We're done here with this? All right. And I am told lunch is here.
So if I can,
Oh, yeah,
there's
that's
really
right.
only one more page left to your presentation.
Do it.
I do apologize that I took your entire morning for this presentation. But
We'd be lost without you.
but certainly some good discussion. The last page is, and we don't need to go through it in detail, but it kind of lets you know what happens to our reserves based on the budget that's presented in front of you. It's showing that, and it's a little tiny on the screen, so I'll look at it here. It shows that we're going from 36 million estimated at the end of this year to a $23 million. That's okay. $23 million at the end of 2025. So that's a significant decrease in our reserves for this particular year. And I honestly, I would like to see less of a draw on the reserves than we're doing this year than we are, but I'm not sure if we can get there or not. So.
Well, any further comments on that last slide? No? Oh, there's two. All right. Member Tim?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Well, a couple things. Your interest is down to 450, like you said earlier, assuming we make the draw. I see that. So can you just, on the transfer to capital one, the 18.8 million, just a snapshot, where was that intended on going? I'm guessing the West Shore and this building, but is that the big, at which we decided that may not happen next year, correct?
Right, so the two largest ones in here are certainly the draw on the development charges reserve for the upgrade in West Shore. And it is certainly $5 million if it was a draw on this building as well. And I do want to point out, Director Burke is wanting me to point out that we only have about 3 million in water sewer reserves. And that is what we have for future capital replacement. It's not a lot of money. It is helping us sustain, but that is one of the reasons that the water rates are as high as they are trying to build up those reserves as well, so that we don't get caught in a pinch where we're not able to do those capital infrastructure replacements when we need to. Oh, and if I can, sorry, if I don't know if it says, oh, sorry, go ahead, Member Minnings.
And your question's been answered? Yes, Member Minnings?
I thank you, through the chair. So thank you for that, Andrew. So the water and sewer rates are as high as they are because we're trying to build up reserves. Is that what I just heard?
Sorry, it's not just so that we need to cover operational costs, which are expensive, of course. But it's also to make sure that we can afford the replacement of the existing infrastructure when we need to.
Thank you. And then just because of that, I get it. And I totally understand about reserves. And I think we're at, you said 36 million or more in reserves. And I know how quickly that can be depleted. But I also know, further to my concerns about raising water and sewer rates, especially before the consultant is finished that we've purchased to do a water and sewer rate study for us, that I don't see a need to increase those rates this year. If there was a major breakdown and we had to, by some reason, come up with several $1 million to do something to protect our water and sewer, which is the biggest priority I think we have, that the township always has extra or additional options as far as loans, etc. So I don't believe we always have to be putting money away for savings on every single line item. I'm just simply saying that to save people a few $100s a month, that maybe we should pause this year on padding our reserves in the water and sewer budget line, because if there was a need to draw on it this year, we would have options. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam CEO, would you like to respond to that?
That's certainly council's prerogative to choose to raise the rates or not. We are putting them forward based on the previous rate study that we did. And I would be quite certain if you chose not to increase them this year, when we come to do the rate study, you're just going to increase them that much more, because we're not looking at replacements for things tomorrow or next year. These are 50, 100-year projects, and we know the current year rate study is undervalued for the asset replacement because everything has doubled in cost. So you can do short-term relief, but it's the same as playing with your reserves and anything else. Short-term relief gives you long-term pain in the future.
No, thank you for clarifying that. And I'm aware that the rate study is code for having higher costs, but we'll wait to see what that comes in at.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Andrew.
Sorry, microphone wasn't on. I apologize. It's just the comment about the interest income of being only 450, and that the only reason the 450 shows here is because that 450 has to be reinvested into those particular reserves. So that 450 is actually separate from the 1.9 million that we use to help fund operating costs.
Are there any more questions? I just would like a clarification. Never mind. I'll talk about it later. Thank you. Is that it then? Okay, we'll break for lunch. What'll we take? 40 minutes? Half an hour? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. Yes. Thanks to everyone. Everyone's in place. You good? Wanda? You here? You're good? Okay. All right. We will begin part 2 of today's financial deliberations. And I'll throw the ball to Mr. Plunkett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will get, I'm going to skip over, and it's not that I'm skipping over. I don't know how much value there is in these particular pages. But your first orange page, which just gives basic summary pages of what we're about to discuss. So I would move into the orangish red tab. That's, what's that? Page 46. If I can, or 40, yeah, 45, 46. But before I move on, I do want to know if anybody finds any value in those handful of pages that I'm skipping over. So ultimately, it's kind of a redundant piece. The summary, all this information is in the pages to follow. It's just another way to summarize it. I don't know if it adds much value. It has been in front of you for many, many years, long before I got here, but I'm not sure how much value there is in it. So 34 to 44. I'm happy to continue doing them, but if nobody finds any real value in them, then we won't include them in next year's package.
Any comments at all? Anybody want them in next year's package? All right. So if you would kindly continue to supply that information, we'd be happy.
No worries. And so if we can, we're just going to go department by department, starting on page 46. This does show the 2024 budget, the 2024 actuals, the 2025 requests. In the package, the actuals are certainly not year-end actuals. I mean, they're obviously missing the last quarter of the year. They're missing all of reserve transfers in and out because those entries are done as year-end journal entries. So you can ask questions on the actual, but they're not necessarily indicative of the budget number because they are missing significant entries for the remainder of the year. And you may notice here and there that there's large gaps between the salary numbers that you see from last year and this year. Some of those they're still the same. They've maybe been reallocated a little bit differently. We've done, one of the things we've done this year is an example of that is customer service. We've transferred the customer service costs to the areas of the municipality that they're working for. So most of the customer service costs, even though they're you'll see them in the administration pages we're about to go through, have been distributed to the various departments. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Question from Member Cox.
Through the chair to Andrew. Andrew, are any asked for positions in here?
They are all in the numbers as they stand. So if
when you decide what you want to do, it will change.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Member Minnings has her hand up.
Member Minnings.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm hoping my red card will work better for visibility. My question is on page 46 under the council expenses, the grants item. Did we not spend all of the grant money that we had allocated in 2024?
So,
or will we not?
So if I can, through to Member Minnings, we have not.
So thank you. I believe that it was stated in your slide presentation this morning that the grant request amounts for 2025 are higher than the 45,000. Is there an opportunity to move the unspent grant money available from 2024 into 2025 in consideration of reviewing the grant requests tomorrow.
If I can, there certainly is an opportunity that unspent portion, and that's probably not accurate what that number is now, because that's from a month or so ago when I put the numbers in. But any unspent portion of that will go into the surplus. So we typically, you wouldn't use it to, but it will be surplus funds.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I just have to address the light that's coming into the room I'm in.
Yeah.
I think the CAO wants.
Yeah, oh, I was just gonna tell Member Minnings that she had a problem with her camera, but yeah, to the director's point, that's a pretty fine point on it. Everything goes into reserves as a whole. We probably wouldn't start taking 10 grand here and putting in a specific, but at the end of the day, council can make their grant amount any, we've budgeted our regular 45, you could make it 25 or you can make it 100. That's up to you during your budget discussions.
All right.
Thank you
Regrettably,
very much.
but we'll see. Yes, Member Jansen.
Thank you, and through the chair to Mr. Plunkett. So on the revenues line, it shows what we budgeted in 2024. How come there's so many blank lines on our 2025 budget?
If I can, and typically you'll see that that's the municipal tax revenues that we actually haven't set. So I could have artificially put those in based on the numbers we have now. And I will do that when you get your updated budget sheets, because they'll be the actuals of what we've actually chosen to budget. I noticed those there too as well. So ultimately I'll make sure they're in your final one.
Okay, and then just supplemental. So even though they're not there now, that doesn't affect the numbers that you put forward to us this morning?
Correct. So the number that we're looking for includes that entire increase, and that entire increase would be reflected in those handful of blanks that you see there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Yes, Member Taylor.
yes, through the chair to Andrew. So the legal there, an actual. What was that? And there's nothing in 2025.
If I, okay. Sorry, you're talking in the council section.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
No,
line
that
3320.
that will, and I'll guess, but I'm assuming it's from fair certainty that is integrity commissioner expenses. And we have not budgeted for that particular item. It's hard to guess at what it will be. Now, over the next few years, we'll have a better idea of what that is on an annual basis. And if it becomes a smoother number, then we'll budget for it.
A supplementary question then. So how is that? Is that if I make a call there, then it's paid for in this account? Is that what that is?
Correct.
So there should be something in there, I would think. For 2025.
I'll let the CAO respond.
Yep.
We could have put something in, but it's hard to estimate what you need. That what's in there particularly is from an outside agency complaint. Council hasn't used that in great depth, but if you had a complaint, we would just cover it from the surplus or the reserves. Not a big deal, whether it's in there or not.
And if there's, and when what we can do is we'll just go through each one page at a time. If anybody sees any questions, if you don't have any questions, then we'll move on to the next page.
Are we done then with page 46? All good for now? All right.
Oh, we have
Yeah, Member Taylor.
Okay, yeah, through the chair to Andrew. So I see where you pulled out 3156 to have it. That's coming up on a future page. Line 5155 capital expenditures. Can you explain 2025?
we will, Member Taylor,
We'll talk about that when we get to the capital page, in which we will do that as soon as we're done with the administration pages here. But ultimately that is the largest chunk of that is the this facility here. But we will discuss that once we get to the capital page.
All right. Any further questions with regard to page 47? Do we, oh, yes. Yes, Member Minnings. And thanks for,
Thank you. Yes, thank you. So on line 3161 communications, is that the sign strategy budget, or what's included in that just over $250,000?
So if I can, Member Minnings, that is the 2024 amount. It does include the sign from, or part of the sign budget plus the rest of the communications budget for 2024. You will see the 2025 numbers coming up on a new page. It's just been given its own department, so now it'll be under economic development and communications under 122. So it's likely on the page or the page following.
Yeah, thank you. And that's it's just going to be something I'm struggling with because I wasn't able to get a hard copy package obviously this year, so I'm just going electronically, but thank you for that.
good, thank you. Last time, any more questions on page 47? All right, page 48.
If I can give a quick synopsis on here. So you'll notice economic development and communications doesn't have any, it has a couple of blank lines there, but that's because we are creating separate departments for those two items in 2025. Some of those expenditures have similar expenditures from last year, but they're included in the other 2024 budget lines. The increase, even though you don't see it here, the increase in costs of the economic development for 2025 is $61,000 for operations.
May I ask what, I don't understand the farmlands general, well, not even that, yeah, general expense, what, 321? What is that?
If I can, through the chair, if you're just looking at the top of the page, those are write-offs we will have to do or may not have to do, depending on assessment changes during the year. If people do requests for reconsideration, there's a change in their assessment, we have to refund the taxes, and those are, the W number implies that it's a write-off.
Thank you. Further questions on page 48? Yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, just to, I guess, are we going to have a slide on what our sign strategy is for $257,000? Line 3166.
So oh, fair enough.
Thanks. Becky may have more information than I, but we weren't planning on a slide. What's mostly in it is the things that we didn't get done last year, but early in the new year, you will get an updated report on where we are and what's still left to do. And you'll be asked to make decisions on the things that are still left to do. But right now we're just cleaning up on things that we've already gotten approval to do.
Go ahead, supplementary.
So is that, I'm just more curious what's going to be on the levy.
Yeah, so that's if you look across the line, it says the signage strategy is 257. If you look a little further up, it's got contribution from reserve of the exact same amount. So it is fully funded from the reserve in 2025. So we'll have no direct levy impact.
Last call for page 48. All right, page 49. Yes, Member Taylor?
So Andrew, the BIA expenses there, even though we don't, we do the bookkeeping from, correct? So
Correct.
if they don't spend their money, that's That's their own.
That's their own surplus pot of funds if they don't spend it all. So it does not impact the municipal surplus at all.
And just to refresh my memory, how is that charged out to is it on their tax bill or how is that?
It is charged as a separate levy to each one of the commercial members inside the BIA area in Coldwater.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Andrew. Andrew, they've gone up to 33. Is that the choice they've made or is that just with the COLA?
That is their choice.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Let's call for questions on page 49. Page 50. Yes, Member Cox.
We have a good news story on this one. We made $13,000 on licenses. Well, I thought it was special. Did we not?
We may very well, we may have more before the end of the year.
I think that's fabulous. Thank you.
That is, oh, sorry, that is, as the CIO points out, they're now lifetime memberships, so they're not guaranteed to happen every year.
I know, but still, it's a plus.
Yeah. But it's still nice to see.
Any questions on page 50? All right, page 51.
Just so if I can interject, I know somebody might have questions, but for the most part, on page 51 and 52 and 53, these are the county taxation and the education taxation accounts. So they have no direct impact on our levy, but of course we have to collect it on their behalf and then remit the funds to them.
No questions? Oh, we do have a question? Yes, Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Andrew. So we paid the county on line, it doesn't show a line. Simcoe County taxation expenses 7.2 million was the actual.
If I can, the 7.2 is what we've actually paid them to date based on when I do this, but we still have 1/4 of the year to pay them for.
So we actually have to pay them 9.2.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
No discounts there. 52, anything on 52? $53, anything on 53? We have a question? Oh, yes, Member Minnings.
Thank you. So on page 54, line 0834 near the top, hall rental. Are those rentals of the fire hall?
Which
So we're on page 54 under fire department revenues at the top. Line 0834, hall rental. I'm just curious about hall rentals under fire department revenues.
we're not quite to page 54 yet.
Yeah, we just got to finish up 53 and we'll move right on to 54 for you, okay?
Actually,
Thank you.
we're gonna go to admin capital.
Well, that's right. Okay, sorry, yeah. So we will get to that one, but it'll be in a little while. All right? All right, last call on 53. Anything? Before we move to admin capital. Seeing none, we're into capital.
It's page 108.
Yeah. On to that page 108. I'm not sure what you have.
Through the chair to Andrew.
Yep.
Do you think next year you could do what you did last year? You put the capitals at the end of the operating so that we just sort of flow. No offense.
I certainly can. Now, in that event, do you want them right after your operations and in a separate section?
Or are you okay with them just being at the end of each operation?
I think that you did it last year like that. It worked out well because we just did the operations and then the capital was there and then we just went along.
Okay, no, we can certainly do it, and that way it'll only be in one place instead of two. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
yes. It does make it easy.
All right, page 108.
So these are the items and so we do have the windows, of course, which are carryover. Part of the reason we haven't done that is because we figured we'd make a decision on replacing those windows once we decided what we were going to do with this building. Another one of those is, of course, the administration building renovations are only in the design phase at this point in time. We do have a high level estimate of $5 million in there to renovate the building. Sorry, and that is certainly a discussion for council. We do require a new server in our server room. It's nice that it's still lasted this long, but is past due replacement. And then we do have on here capital replacement of our computers that we have. We do have to replace them every year, and the more employees we get, the more that we have to replace on a roughly a 5 to 6 year period of time. We have to replace them all. So, and that includes all types of computer equipment, not just the laptops, but also printers as well.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, we could also discuss partial funding, if not total funding, for the admin building renovations, right?
Absolutely. That is
thank you.
what that is. I'm assuming it's exactly what's about to happen.
And let's begin with Member Cox.
Through the chair to Andrew and the CAO, I do not want to discuss the renovations at this time. We have no pictures. We have no real costing. I think it's a fly by night. I'd prefer that when they came in, we could look at them because we can make a decision on how much. It's not from the levy. And I just don't want to sit here and say, I only want to do half, or I only want to do this when I have no real idea on the final cost. And I'd prefer to make a good business decision on numbers in front of me with the architect here so we could all discuss it.
Yes, Madam CEO.
Thank you. Because it's levy funded, we can do it one of two ways. We put it all in, knowing that we would have to come back to council before we spent any money, but we can take it. I know you're concerned about the overall draw on the levy, so we can take it all out. And when we bring back the plans, we are out for tender right now because council did direct that we go out on option 1B or whatever it is. So we are out for a tender, and that will bring back on good questions.
Sorry, it says here, that there's no tax levy. It's coming out of, all of it's out of reserve. So it wouldn't bother us on
Right.
this budget.
So I thought that's what I said, but maybe I said.
No,
it-
you said about the
maybe I
levy. It would
said-
come off the
said a
levy.
bit.
That's why it
No.
looked funny.
No, yes, sorry. So
Sorry.
you're concerned about the draw on reserve. So we can leave it all in for now, knowing that we're going to discuss it with you when we get the plans, or we can take it off the reserve listing and leave it unfunded.
Oh, okay.
Until we bring back plans. We can
Okay.
do one, whatever.
Well,
council's
I just think I
preference
need
it
to
is.
see the plans either way. Thank you.
Fair enough.
And would you have a question?
Yeah.
All right, Member Taylor and then Member Bennings.
Yeah, I'm just going on my memory through the chair, but to Andrew, I thought the pricing was between like 2 and 3 million. And I thought it was an option 1B that Member McIntyre came up with, but I agree with Member Cox. Let's wait and see what we arrive at. If it comes out of reserves, then we'll decide that at that time.
Member Bennings?
Yeah, similar question through the chair to the CEO, that when the report was presented to us November 22nd, 2023, for the admin center upgrades, the option two options, A and B. One was 3.7, one was 2. So my question currently is, how are we at 5 today?
It's just a high level estimate until we come out with plans. We have no idea what it'll actually cost. I think we bumped it up because with the director of recreation's experience in facilities, he thought we were light. So we bumped it up, but it could be any amount once the architect comes back with the plans. And I don't have a closer estimate.
Thank you. And then subsequent, because we are out to tender and from the discussion at yesterday's committee meeting regarding the rec center, once we're out for tender, we have a small window, is it, to award those tenders so that we're not seen as, I forget the term that staff used, bid shopping or something like that. So is it something that's going to progress as you see it throughout 2025 fairly quickly once those tenders come back and are presented?
Thank you through the chair. Two entirely different scenarios, although I can see how they seem the same. We're much further ahead in design on the West Shore build. So what we were ready for is to go to tender to build. What we're tendering right now on the admin center is plans. So it'll come back with plans. Council will review the plans and then they will say go or no go on the build. So nothing, council's in complete control of what happens once the plans come back.
Thank you. So then, because we're at tender for design plans, the $5 million was confusing to me because that would be a capital build budget amount, right? No, it doesn't reflect the design costs. Is that right?
Just I want to make sure I understand then, if this was taken off right now, it would not preclude further consideration of partial or full later in the new fiscal year.
It absolutely would not. You
All
would
right.
do an in-year funding adjustment for whatever piece or part that you wish to do.
Thank you. So I'm getting a sense here that that would be a preferred course of action. Is there 1, 2, 3, 4? All right. I think you have your answer there. Well, no, we're not moving it. Like basically, we're just setting the stage for tomorrow's fine tuning, right?
We're going to unfund it.
That's right. Right now, we're unfunding it.
It'll still stay there as a placeholder that it's a project that'll come forward at some point, but we're just not going to attach funding to it at this point.
All right. Thank you for that. And any more questions with regard to items on page 108?
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but we're going back to
54.
54.
Yeah, right. Love bindings. 54 it is. Thank you. 54. Come on in.
It is tab number 2, if it helps.
Got it.
And then page 54 for member meetings. So this is the start of our fire department. So we'll go through the handful of pages here. So we're going to go through 54 to 57, and then we'll jump forward to the fire capital. That way the fire chief can, I guess, escape the rest of budget deliberations.
So for page 54, member Minnings did have a question that we deferred till now.
Would you like me to repeat it, Chair?
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, sure. So on page 54 at the top, under fire department revenues, partway down that column, line item 0834 hall rental. I'm just curious, are these fire hall rentals like
No, just
rooms in the fire hall? I just wanted some more information on what that is.
so just through the chair to member meetings, that is the rental funds we received for the ambulance crew that is stationed in our hall.
Thank you.
Yes, member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Andrew or the fire chief. Line 622 there. What is the fire calls? How is that revenue generated and why is it so low? We've got a lot more to make up from the budget of 40,000 and we're only at 5. So what is that? And will we hit 40?
So yeah, it is definitely behind. It is MTO revenues that we would
Mhm.
generate, and I'm not sure why it's so much lower than normal right now. It is volume driven, so it could very well be that we haven't had as many motor vehicle accidents but I'm not sure where it'll end up at the end of the year. It's hard to say whether it'll reach 40. And
Madam
that's it.
CEO?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't think it'll be crazy low. I know we got behind in our billings between fire chief changeovers and it took a while to get caught up and then MTO takes a while to pay us. So it may not be exactly 40,000, but it won't be 5 either. It'll be much closer.
Member Cox?
Yeah, down 3920, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom. The budget was the budget was 7,500 and we went up to 18. I just was curious. Through the chair to the chief. Thank you.
Through the chair, so those costs that we had in there, so a good chunk of those calls were from the start of the year when we had interim fire chief Tony Van Dam in place. So that was costing for his shared service between Georgian Bay Township and ourselves. That's why you see that higher amount.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions on 54? Seeing none? 55. Yeah, Member Taylor.
Yeah, just looking at the expenses through the chair, just that the side by side and the trailers have gone through the roof there. Can you highlight the units themselves and also the trailer costing a lot of money?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Taylor. So with the side by side and the support unit trailer, so again, based on since I've been here, we've sort of underutilized that piece of apparatus. Now, when we have utilized both the trailer and the UTV, neither vehicle has proper, I'll call it corporate branding or fire department branding and or the proper emergency lighting on it. So when that trailer is going down the road, it's being pulled in behind the rescue just over here at Station 2. So there's absolutely nothing on the trailer currently to identify it that it's a fire department vehicle. So it sort of, I will say, creates a hazard when we're responding because people don't see the emergency lights and then are trying to pass us. I mean, it's not like we're normally going up Highway 11 or Highway 400 for it. It's going up these smaller cottage roads is where we're utilizing it. So I think already this year, we've probably had it out 6 or 7 times. And we're actually currently in a training process to better train our firefighters on responding with the apparatus and then using specifically the UTV. So that's got money in there to do proper lighting on both the UTV, the trailer, and proper corporate signage and branding. So those would be a one-time cost.
More questions? Page 55? All right, page 56. We're good for page 56? And the one entry on page 57.
Then the chair will move to page 109, which is where their capital is. Just to
Thank you. No more questions? Okay, We're moving to capital, 109. All right. Member Mannings.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to the fire chief, I had a notation on this page. I was looking for the presentation that you gave to council, and I believe it was June 19th, just about 6 months ago. And I remember in that presentation, you also had a risk assessment component to it based on the Ontario Fire Marshal, and you had provided us with a lot of information on where we were high risk and what needed to come forward in the next few years. So one of the things that I wanted to ask you about as far as expenses, and I actually expected to see them starting to come forward this year, we're around training and equipment specifically for your fire department responses to battery car fire and accidents that you flagged are something that is new based on more and more battery operated cars, I guess, on the highways, and the fact that we are a feeder route and you are first responders there. Could you speak to that presentation? That was one example, but there were others that were in there. And if there's anything specific in the 2025 budget you've put forward, or if we'll see them in out years. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Minning. So on sort of the down near the bottom of the page, you'll see in there EV plugs for 4 of them. So that's more just for the MBCs dealing with electric vehicles. So that is something that plugs into the charging unit. So it's good for any of the EVs that are out there, whether they're a Tesla or a Hyundai or whatever model. And those neutralize the vehicles for us for MBCs. And then you'll see down underneath, or sorry, right above that, assorted fire hose nozzles and equipment. So that's looking at different nozzles. So they'll use Toronto Fire is sort of big on it right now. Use what's called a rotary nozzle that they'll say has no nozzle reaction, that we can basically flood one of these cars and leave it unstaffed, which makes it safer. So and those nozzles are probably in around the $3,000 range each, just for that type of nozzle. So, and the EV vehicle firefighting is still developing. Nobody's really got a good way of it now, other than we let the car roll downhill into Lake Couchiching or into Georgian Bay. But it's still just flooding them with a lot of water right now. So some of that money in the hose and nozzles is covered in that portion, would cover some EV firefighting.
Any other questions on page 109? All right, we move on.
If I can, Mr. Chair. If, yeah, we're back to tab 3, page 58.
58. Page 58.
Yes, we have.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chief.
And I will give you a heads up, Mr. Chair. Andrea and Jeff are still here. We'll jump from building into planning so that we can cover planning off and then before they leave us.
Very good. All right. Any questions on page 58? Page 59. Page 60.
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
To the chair, to whomever, the revenue from the septic inspection, why is that We just
So low?
put out a month ago, and are we still gonna do more? How is this revenue where does it come from? And why the dip, what's happening in 2024, I guess is my question.
Sorry, that is,
No, it's still off.
that's still off. Okay, let's try that one more time. Septic inspector line 0825 is where the question is coming from, and disparities in the numbers.
If I can, through the chair to Member Taylor. Yes, these numbers are only about a month old, but we did do a significant number of invoices since this numbers came out. I don't know what the total is at this moment, but it is much higher than you see there.
Supplemental question. So these numbers or this revenue is generated from, as it says, septic reinspection period, so that when we go and visit the sites, they have to pay a certain amount for the initial. Yeah, so that's where that's coming from. So, and it's a 5-year cycle. So year one, we do X number of properties, and that's where so it should come out to the budget, I would think. I'll look.
It is anticipated that it comes out close to the budget.
Okay.
It all depends on whether they actually get to, like, that's supposed to have to do 500 properties a year.
Right.
If they end up only getting to 425, then it won't match exactly, but.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
No further questions on page 59? Page 60. And
Sorry, missed the microphone. We'll now move to the capital pages for building, which is page 110.
right, if you don't have any preamble there, then do we have questions on page 110?
Through the chair to what kind of car are we buying? We've had great luck with that Nissan. Thank Andrew Fife. I love it. All those years and we virtually spent nothing on it. I'm only kidding. Yeah, I'm only kidding. I'm just joking with you. It's fine.
We can get a Tesla now. We know how to put
No,
it
we're
out.
not getting, not getting a Tesla. No, it's rotten.
No further questions? We move on.
If I can, Mr. Chair, now we'll move to, for those who have a binder in front of them, tab 9 and page 106. Yeah.
All right, planning department, is there any kind of preamble you want to speak to here?
I don't know. I don't think I have a preamble on this one. Not sure if the director has anything she wants to say ahead of time, but I think we can just go through it line by line. Or, sorry, page by page.
Yes, Member Taylor.
Through the chair to Andrea or Andrew. So those salaries in there for the 2025 budget are existing ones. There's nothing future in that number, or is there? Was that one of the 4 positions possible, or?
It does include the position. So they'll be, if we don't put it in for the budget, then it'll be removed from those numbers. So it would reduce. Each one of those positions are currently in your budget. So anyone that we do not include will be an immediate reduction on the levy.
And how many have we seen so far? So I guess the IT would have been an admin then, is that correct?
IT would have been admin. HR would have been an admin,
Okay.
Which we already done, and then
3, and that's, so the next one will be in Public Works.
well, and actually they're split between, I think they're split 50-50 between Public Works and
Okay,
planning.
no, just, okay, so that, good, answer my question.
Yes, Member Burkett.
Through the chair, Andrew, number under planning advisory, 812-051-0874, the $71,000, is that the fee that we paid to have someone help us with our, no? What is
So-
that?
So that's revenue, actually. That's what we've gotten from OP and zoning amendment applications for
So the,
124.
oh, I see, this is the revenue. So where's the fee that above and beyond what the OP did cost us? Well, originally we budgeted 130, but that was a couple years ago.
The additional amount that we've spent for the year through the mayor is just a little bit higher up on that page where it's got you'll see it's got G 811-103-3364, and that's official plan.
Yep.
And you notice it's another.
Oh, consultants and official plan. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Further questions? 106. All right, 107.
Now I'll might jump on this one because there's a couple of things that maybe stand out here. One is you have internal department expenditure transfer. That is picking up also those new positions and customer service personnel. So we just are handling it. We're handling the transfer instead of budgeting 15% of a position to, for example, budgeting 15% of a particular person to multiple different departments. We budgeted them to one department and then done a transfer from those departments to the other departments. It's easier from an accounting standpoint, and so, but the result is still the same. It may look a little different. And then the other piece of this is you'll notice that the residential development, I've upped the budget there quite a bit. And I've only bumped it because they see actuals, but they are an in and out. So there's no levy impact of those numbers. What they do is if we collect more development charges than we expect, then we put more development charges into the DC reserve fund. So it really doesn't matter what I put there because whatever I put there, I transfer into the reserve. So it can be large or small. Obviously, I have picked a larger number for this year, but typically we have about 900,000 in there. But in the last couple of years, we have had more development charges because of the growth in West Shore and in Coldwater. So I would hope it continues, but you may see me dropping that back to 900,000 again next year.
So I think we've done with 107. Where do you want to go next?
So if I can, there is no capital for that. So okay. So while we're waiting for the Director of Public Works to come back, let's go to tab number 6. And it's page 94. And sorry for the shell game we have going on.
Yes, thank you. All right, tell us all about cemeteries. Is there anything you want to say?
There's not a lot I want to say here other than the cemetery pretty much is administered now by Sanderson Monument, not staff here at the township office. Their actual charge is pretty minimal. They do receive because of some of the revenue costs. They actually receive some of the revenue. They may charge a higher fee than we did, but they give us our portion and then they do collect it. But their services to manage the cemeteries is, I would say, very reasonable.
So they just for clarity, they manage the grounds, they fill in the caved in graves and things like that.
Yes, they are in full. They are pretty much. I mean, we hired them to do most of that stuff before, but
Okay.
they're actually managing it too.
Yes. Member Taylor has a question.
If you're looking for a plot, say buy a new plot, does it still go through the township or do you go through Sanderson's?
So I'll let the clerk respond to that one because she might.
Thank you. If you're looking for a new plot, you would go to Sanderson's.
Thank you. Going to Fair Valley instead.
It's cheaper to get fried, buddy. We're done with cemeteries from what I can gather. We're next, our glorious leader.
Yes, so we're gonna jump forward to the library, which is tab number 8. And it is page 104.
Okay.
And we'll go through it page by page. You'll notice that their request is, like I said, it's 298 this year versus 272 last year. And the majority of that change is simply the new part-time position.
Any questions on this page? Yes.
Well, I just wanted to confirm that Aurelia Library was going to increase our contract with them, but they had sent us a letter saying that they were going to leave it alone. So when we went back with a letter to say that to them, they agreed and they're leaving it alone. Thank you.
They'll get us next year, no doubt. All right. Any further questions on page 104? Yes, Member Burkett.
Sorry, through the chair to Andrew, is this the right spot? How much did we pay the Aurelia Library? Is it in here or no? Next page? Where do you see that?
66.
Oh, there it is. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. No, actual's only 33,000.
So if I can, through the chair to the mayor, the Aurelia Library is a little slow on invoicing us, so that number will definitely go up. It'll be much closer to the actual
66.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, Member Cox.
So why does it say 71?
That's
It was my
budget.
understanding that that was what the board agreed to, so I will have to confer with Dee to see if it's come back at,
That letter may have come in after
it may have, so
we
I'll,
have done our budget. Could you just confirm? that
I
with
will
her?
certainly follow
Okay,
up with her.
thank you.
Any further questions on page 105? All right.
Oh, easy. We were paying 106, remember?
So if we can, Mr. Chair, we'll now move back to tab number 4. And starting at page 61.
Always fun roads. Questions on page 61?
If I can, Mr. Chair, I will chime in here because I did lump some of these budgets, if from a previous year, we've lumped them into categories. So we have pulled back winter maintenance and pulled, I believe there was 3 different activities that we were doing. We were having them separate, but we're pulling them in as total for winter control. And we've done the same for road paved road maintenance and the same for unpaved road maintenance. So you may notice that there's no corresponding budget on some of these. You'll notice some of them have blank budgets, but they've been included in the one above. If anybody has any particular questions, I can tell you which one that it's been transferred to.
Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, second line from the bottom, subcontractors a disparaging amount of 19 to 29 an hour at 102. Can be an explanation for that?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, there's well, twofold. The budget increase is substantial as there's a collapse of some other activity codes into this activity code. This activity code is roadside maintenance. Used to only really look at brushing, roadside tree removal, that sort of thing. And now we've included more like shoulder reclamation and repair. So there's more activities in that. That's why the line is 102,000 now from 19. The difference there between actual and expense planned is a lot more shouldering this year. I don't know if you'll see around the town, that we did substantial work in terms of shoulder removal, and as well did quite a bit of roadside brushing. So we put a lot more time into that, including subcontractor time.
So, and
Thank you.
if I can to help clarify that, as the director pointed out, we did collapse some into one. And in particular, if you noticed your GL account numbers, you notice it says G312. And then if we're looking at the road maintenance, it says 321 and then 1110. So the 321 represented roadside maintenance. So we included in that for this year also the activity of 323 and 329. And they were brushing and tree trimming. So we pulled that up and then what is 320? Debris and litter we pulled also up into roadside maintenance. So we didn't find much benefit in having it's roadside maintenance. It doesn't need to be broken down into its components. No, and it is much more efficient for us to do it this way in the new finance software.
Member Burkett and then Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair to Derek. So under street lighting, Derek, where we have maintenance and we only spent $8,300. That's for all the repairs on the street lights throughout the township.
Yeah, that's correct.
So just for the benefit of council, I forget what year we changed to LED lighting. We were spending over about $10,000 a month just in repairing those old lights, and moving to LED. Like, look at the money that we saved. Like, yeah.
Terrific. And Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Near the top of that page, under revenues, the provincial grant amount was budgeted at 900,000 and currently we're at 500,000. Is there still grant money expected or did it come in lower this year? Thank you.
Yeah, I can. I'll respond through the chair to Member Minnings. The grant amount actually did come in lower, but we still have, so that 511 is not the total. I believe it's 763,000 is the total, and they do pay this one in installments. So by the end of the year, it should be the total 763. When we did the budget last year, we didn't know what the grant amount was going to be. Luckily for this year, we already do know what the grant amount is going to be for 2025. So we have the actuals included in it. Yeah, and sorry, that is the OCIF funding. So the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund.
Thank you. Well, at least we're not pulling out any bike lanes this year. It's good. Page 62. No questions? Thank you. Page 63. There are no questions. Page 64. Are you, yes, Member Minnings.
Thank you. And I've seen it come up and I guess I'm going to ask a question throughout the budget packages and the general ledger here. Township vehicle rental lines, are those when we have to rent a vehicle for township staff or departments to use, or if you could just tell me where that is, it happens throughout.
Yeah. So if I can, through the chair to Member Minnings, that is us charging back the use of our vehicles in the areas where so we keep track of all the vehicles in one account, and then we do redistribute those costs to the various activities.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, I think we were gonna jump to page 64.
Yes, I think so. I don't think
And
there's any.
with this pit operations new and the brackets, is that a credit or can you explain that?
Through the chair, certainly, and it is new from last year, so the brackets maybe should have been removed. It's old now. But the idea here is that we have two operation pits, the aggregate extraction pits, and each one of those operations, costs some expense to maintain. However, to build a reserve fund for the future rehabilitation of those pits once the aggregate resources are depleted, we've created this mechanism similar to the fleet recovery, where we send dollars in, for the operations, and then we credit ourselves back for the actual costs or market costs of the aggregate or sand, and the delta between of which goes to a special reserve fund for future rehab.
Thank you.
While we're on the topic of aggregates, the Ontario government just announced a change in taxation rates for aggregate properties. Does that affect us on ours? And does that affect us on revenue from the aggregate industries?
Good question. Just through to the chair. And I'm quite happy to say that it does not affect municipal revenues. It does eliminate their education taxation though. So though we still recover our full amount, they are that new class does not pay education taxes.
Do you have a question? No.
So do we pay it? Or are they just considered like a hospital?
Well, no, but we don't pay it on their behalf. So they are exempt from taxation.
exempt, just
for
like-
education purposes.
Yeah,
only.
okay, thank you.
You don't. No more questions on page 64. All right, page 65. No questions on, oh, yes, we have a question.
Yeah, just to,
Number 10.
but part of the increase is the extra coverage in the wintertime, and I'm certainly supportive of that. Thank you.
I lost you there, I thought, for a minute or one. You have no questions on page 65? Very good. Yeah, Member Jensen.
On winter controls for materials, line number 2985. We've only got a cost of $63.06. Is that because we haven't been billed for the rest of the 140,000?
Through the chair, yes. So what this is that line set up for the transfer, basically back to that pit operations reserve account. We hadn't made the transfer at the time of publishing this document, and it's for the winter sand. So we charge ourselves a market rate out of this fund that goes to the other fund, and any delta in which our costs were to produce it would go into that reserve. So that's why that's lower than what it looks like it should be.
And we do only do that transfer once a year when we do the year end for the municipality.
Okay, and then supplemental, I see we're budgeting quite a lot more for salt. Is there a reason for that?
Certainly, through the chair, the winter control operations has been improved recently. We are acquiring additional salt for the winter operations, and we have already acquired some of that in this budget, but we'll continue to do so in the future. So that's 25 and the 26 winter control season as well, which is what's shown here. So we've improved our level of service, both from a staffing perspective and from a material selection perspective.
There are no further questions on page 65. We'll move on. Page 66. Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Derek. Remind me again, Chair, Derek, why railway crossing, CNR and CPR, why are we paying? What did we contribute to that? I can't remember.
Yes, so through the chair, there's under the railway crossing guides, there's a cost sharing mechanism that happens at any one of the grade crossings. And so both CNR and CPR have an annual fixed cost that's basically mandatory and applied to us to pay. That's for the crossing maintenance, the signal head maintenance, and I believe even a renewal component in there as well. And you'll note from the past in Boyd Road, I believe, and probably Cambrian Road before that, that anytime there are crossing upgrades, they also seek a contribution from the municipality. A lot of times we get grant actually from the federal government to offset some of those costs, but the Railway Authority actually applies for that and runs those projects.
Thank you.
Member Cox.
Now I gotta put mine on. The sidewalk maintenance, regular salary's gone, is that up to not? The only reason I'm asking this, Derek, is sidewalk maintenance in the winter is the one thing I get a lot of calls on. And so I just didn't know if it was going to have the same salt distribution, or were we doing something with how much comes out of it to go on? And that's the only one I ever get complaints about.
Yeah, through the chair. So sidewalk winter maintenance is covered under the 351 code. That would be winter maintenance. And it is our plan to use a higher level of salt embedded into the sand for that treatment. So I think there's going to be there's an improvement there planned for the winter control side. This line item and this set of line items is for the physical maintenance. So grinding the lips and removing panels that are broken and that sort of thing. And in a good way, this year we've had less identified trip hazards and things to respond to, but each year we set aside a reasonable level of funding to ensure our 8 kilometers of sidewalk are maintained.
Sorry.
Any further questions on 66? Good to go. Page 67. Yes.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. So the Purpur Creek project, is that complete now? I think it was 2 or 3 years, and there are some municipal drains that aren't on here, and I just wondered why aren't they, like Rice Creek, for example?
So through the chair, the Purpur work is complete for now. Like anything, municipal drains are kind of an ongoing maintenance issue. That is actually why you won't see all of the drains listed in the schedule here, is because some of those drains haven't had work on them for a number of years, and they just haven't been in a capital budget or operating budget, for quite some time. That being said, you'll actually maybe note a new drain in here. There's approximately $30,000 noted in actuals. These are actuals that have been incurred based on the Medani, I guess we're calling it Medani 3 drain, but it's the most recent municipal drain request application made on Anderson Line, well, technically Upper Big Chute Road between River Street and Anderson Line.
And follow up, so that's still a work in progress then? They have to get the appropriate owners to agree to it? Is that?
Yeah, that's correct. We're still incurring costs. However, these costs will be applied to the drain and the drain recovery through bylaw in the near future.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions on drains on either 66 or 67? Do you wish to preamble this in any way?
Sorry, if there was a question, it didn't come through at all on audio.
It's,
No question.
if I can, through to Mr. Chair, we're still on the same page. It's just continue going page by page.
All right. So we are on 68.
Uh,
70.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the remaining pages are roads, vehicle operations, right through to page 80. And all of those costs, similar to the question that member Minnings asked earlier, are redistributed into the lines you just looked at. I don't know if, I mean, we can certainly go through page by page, but there may not be a lot of value going through the next 10 pages.
All right, then barring any objections to that, let's move on.
So if we're going to move on, then we're going to move on to page 111, and it's in your pink tab for capital under roads. Oh, anyway. No, 111. So I'll let you let Mr. Burke take over for a few minutes and any questions you have.
Thank you through the chair. So on page 111 is the fleet roads capital list. And we have a typical snowplow replacement. This is a tandem axle dump truck. We do one per year generally, and there is actually 12 in the fleet now. They last about one in 10 years, so a 10-year cycle. Light duty fleet additional unit. This is a brand new vehicle to assist with the. We have a number of staff here, even in this admin office, that don't have access to general light duty vehicle for inspections of projects and things like that. So it'll assist actually corporate wide, particularly at the administration building here, but it's funded through roads. And the forestry attachment replacement, this is an existing asset that needs renewal. It's part of the excavator that we have. And the unit, the head, if you will, is well over 15 years old, I believe it is, and is having challenges keeping up with our operation. So.
All right, 112.
I think through the chair, I'll kind of run I'll run through them a bit, but feel free to stop me with any questions of the projects. The projects here are plentiful in roads. So there's a number of carry forward projects that are listed above, and a lot of these are already awarded. So we've tried to express that on the right there of who we might have awarded it to. Wayman Line is well underway with the contractor there. Hoping that to be wrapped up in the early spring or midsummer of 25. Quite a large project. Gill Street sidewalk widening design. We're continuing with that design work, and you'll see the construction later. We also have some opportunity to not acquire property there that we'll report on in the new year. Bayou Road reconstruction design. That's an urbanization design work on Bayou Road. And that one is underway with Tatham Engineering, getting pretty close to the final design parameters there. South Sparrow Lake Road is another reconstruction design work awarded to Tatham Engineering. And this one does include the transportation master plan improvements, which was a multi-use path in that rural section.
Yes, Member Burkett.
The chair to Derek. So this is a continuation of the parcel that I think was 88,000. Is that part of this 145, or is this on top of the? I think we spent 88,000 to look at that road, didn't we, last year? It was 80 some odd thousand, I remember. Remember they were in there looking. They were looking at the design of the road. What was that for? Yes, Sparrow Lake.
So through the chair, it's the same project. We only really had the one project. It was awarded to Tatham earlier this year, and we're continuing the design work for 25, and a little bit of work you'll see in the capital for doing some of the brushing and tree removal to allow for the multi-use path on the one side. But I don't recall an $88,000.
You know what? Okay, but did we do it last year? I thought we did it this year. Or was it last year? So we haven't paid any monies towards this. This is a new,
No. We have definitely issued some payment to the consulting engineer, Tatham Engineering. They're well into the design. They have approximately 90% design submission
all right,
recently.
all right, thank you.
Member Cox.
Yep. Sorry. Through the chair to Derek, the Bayou Road reconstruction, and that will be sidewalks also, right? And when do we have a plan for that to start for construction?
Yeah, through the chair, you'll see later in the items here that we do plan a utility relocation year, which is just actually a few poles with Hydro One to relocate. We know that does or can take some time, but we would likely be ready for the full construction project by 2026.
Thank you. I just, that was a safety one that not a safety. That was one we talked about because it walks. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep moving along. Lakeside Drive, Cumberland to Bramshot. Here is another design project. Seems like a lot, but we got a plan for the future. Is a full reconstruction with a sidewalk included in that network. And it also lines up with our transportation master plan goals. This is a newer design project, so we're just kind of near the 50% mark. And in the new year, we'll be presenting some options actually, because there are some options to consider in this design project. Again, no construction or utility relocations planned for 2025 on this one. The County Road 169 sidewalk design. So this is a sidewalk connection, kind of short, but goes from the intersection of our recently improved signalized intersection over to approximately the CN railway station. We understand that there's going to be a new station through the Northlander, and part of our TMP is to connect those two assets together. So this is just wrapping up the rest of the design work, which is basically almost done. We're carrying this forward in a minor amount. And then you'll see later in the budget here that construction is slated for 2025. So that's old stuff. On to some new stuff. We have first up Burnside Line and Division Road intersection improvements design, estimated to be $80,000. We actually have undertaken a design like this, similar to this anyway. So they're fairly confident in those numbers, and this would result in the design work undertaking a review, performing warrants, and selecting a preferred solution for that intersection to improve safety. Brick Pond Road, Wiley Street, reconstruction urbanization. This is another one from the Transportation Master Plan where we note almost well over 60% of the residents in that area have requested a closed drain or basically no ditch in front of their home. And this has resulted in a significant deterioration of the roadway. And so we're proposing to, once again, advance the Transportation Master Plan project to include active transportation to sidewalk and new roadway in that area, as well as urbanization.
Yes, Member Taylor.
So Derek, the people requesting closed drains, it's case by case, or you're saying no to 99% of the people? Because I still get requests for health and safety reasons, and like on Point Bush Court, for example. And what's your answer for that?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. We do review every case to really understand what the desire is. Often the desire is aesthetics, and aesthetics are not something that we look towards because it negatively affects the performance of the drainage in the road network, and it accelerates the degradation of the pavement structure, which is very counterintuitive to our plan for asset management. So we do look at every case, but in general, if it's for aesthetics, the response is typically that we don't encourage that.
Just a supplemental then. So why don't you like them? Like, what's the biggest, like, why don't you like them?
So through the chair, it's not just me, I hope. So what it is a rural roadside drainage pattern has a crown from the center of the roadway out to the lowest elevation in the area, which would be the invert of the elevation of the ditch in a linear fashion. That works the best. The other solution to this is curb and gutter and inlets via catch basins in the urban setting to sewers to an outlet to a river or lake. those are really the two common approaches. Mixing those two in between doesn't work very well because what you have is standing water on the roadway without adequate inlet and the ability for the water to make its way into the roadside ditch or equivalent curb and gutter. And then it results in standing water in roadways. It results in saturated subsoils and granulars, which are all weaker than dry granulars. So.
Member Mannings?
Thank you, through the chair. So then, am I to understand that because this is part of the tax levy, that's how it says it's funded, that it's not a, I forget the word used, cosmetic improvement, that there's an actual engineering need for this work to be done?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Yeah, it's not just cosmetic. The solution on Brick Pond here for urbanization is kind of probably two primary reasons. One, there is a desire for a sidewalk connection from North River Street over to Gray Street, which is sort of our main two streets. And this is a peripheral or perimeter style roadway. And the consultants from the Transportation Master Plan identified that area as being the best way to interconnect pedestrian users from sort of the north side of the town to the school and to Gray Street. So having the urban approach allows for a sidewalk. Within these corridors, you only got 20 meters of right of way, and it's difficult to meet the 8-meter road platform and a 1.5-meter wide sidewalk and some level of boulevard for winter control storage without having curb and gutter and storm sewers.
Subsequent, that might be the same solution potentially once Tatham Engineering completes their design works for the other areas. I'm thinking specifically Lakeside Drive and Bayou Road.
Through the chair, absolutely. It is anticipated urban cross section for those roads as well.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Member Burkett?
Through the chair to Derek, just back to the Burnside Division Road. So when we engineer it out, the engineers will come back and tell us what needs to be done at that intersection, whether it's lights or whether it's larger signs or, okay, thank you.
Okay, kind of moving along. Quite a bit of design work here this year coming up. Planning for the future. We have Minoke Beach Road reconstruction and the semi-urbanization with a multi-use path design. This and the next one are nearly identical. Goldstein Road reconstruction, semi-urbanization and multi-use path. What the Transportation Master Plan Group has identified is these two roads operate very similarly, kind of in a collector fashion. They are the peripheral of the settlement boundary, and having a multi-use trail gives opportunity both for recreational activity, active transportation rather, and meaningful transportation to and from school and things like that on the peripheral of these settlement boundaries. So that's the plan for those two projects, and some of them may require widening of the right of way. So you'll hear a lot in the next year and a half about these two projects and the impact to property and costs. And these are DC eligible projects because they serve the growing community.
Yes, Member Cox.
The Minoke Beach. So where does that start and where does it end?
So through the chair, it's primarily from the Highway 11 takeoff, I guess, in and out. And then we are taking both the recommendations right to the end of Minoke Beach Road from a design perspective, but the collector road status would end around Couchiching Avenue, given sort of the population dwindlation, like it dwindles quite a bit as you move past Couchiching, and there is no connection plan to Thompson, right?
And just supplementary. So when, like, if we're going to be doing the design, are there any utilities, or is this something that will move along quicker or not? I would just like a date, like sort of a semi-date for that.
So through the chair, there is some utility. I'm not entirely sure what the utility conflicts are. That'll kind of get flushed out during the design. But I think a bigger question would be right of way width. You know, our current standard is 20 meters in the rural road setting. collector roadways are 26. So acquiring 3 meters on each side of this roadway is really the first step, but we'll advance the process of design and identifying preferred alternatives, maybe reduced cross sections, things that we can make work, and then present that back.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
Member
you through
Burchett.
the chair. We're not going to look at Artria Drive now, then, are we, as far as part of this process? And in the future, I think the developer may want to contribute, but that would be at the time when we actually go to build the sidewalk, correct?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, so the developer fronting a fairly large portion of the Minoke Beach side, has an opportunity, right, to take control of some of the works and obtain a DC credit. So this is a development charge eligible project. It's listed in our DCs, and we collect on all development charge paid into this project. If the developer was to assist with construction and design, then they would get a DC credit through an agreement. So that is very possible given the length of frontage that is on Minoke Beach Road.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. Derek, Artria Drive, I think, is something we need to highlight, because I think when and if, and I mean, there's a playground there now, and we know that the traffic will probably come Telford, Souls, and they're going to cut through Artria to go. So I think that's something we need to keep sort of for people who want to walk along there. I think the traffic will be increase on there. So it's something we need to keep an eye on when that development actually starts and gets in place.
Yeah, through the chair, we certainly will, and it is identified in the TMP as well, right? Okay, so moving along, those are fun projects. The Hamilton Street parking sidewalk improvements design. This is another one identified in the transportation master plan. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but there is a sort of a lack of parking in Washago was highlighted. There's two, right? Coldwater and Washago are both having parking challenges. And this is an opportunity to expand on some of the parking opportunities along the right of way that exists now, and then also connect the Washago Community Center with the remaining sidewalk network and improve the road at the same time. So this is just the design work for that. You'll see it's a little lower dollar value because it's quite a bit less square footage of reconstruction. We got Festerton Side Road drainage improvements. I think we heard a lot last year, through a Planning Act application that there was concerns with the gradient of the hill and the control of waters coming off the Highway 400 series corridor and into our Match Bay. And so this is to line up the design opportunity, work with the developer, and seek some design improvement or drainage improvement through design. And then you'll see future projects listed for construction. One in here that's kind of new that we're putting in the capital anyway is the road renewal geotechnical work. Oftentimes we, have to engage a geotechnical to get some recommendations on a road renewal project. And we often do it through operations or something like this. This is a dedicated home to ensure that there is adequate funding and clear, transparent funding as it relates to the capital costs of reconstructing roadways. So this is, not always necessary, but in an arterial roadway or something that has a larger traffic volume, we'd like to make sure that the subsoils and the granulars that we're building onto have sufficient bearing capacity, and that we're not building too much or too little. And then the next two are similar. They're called local improvement projects, but Twin Oaks subdivision road upgrades is a project that was identified in the TMP again as an area that we have township land and a township, effectively a road allowance there with a substandard roadway, and an area that's becoming a bit more of a challenge for the private road, either association or not association, but there's an issue in terms of maintenance. And so we'd like to advance a conversation start with the area and the community and look at the feasibility of upgrading those roadways at a local area improvement charge and what that would look like in terms of cost. So I got two projects in here that are very similar. The other one there, Claresbridge Lane Bridge, and I might have spelled bridge wrong, sorry for that. road upgrades. And a very similar conversation. We have a road, we have some private land, a barrier, if you will, but we're working at the details on what it would take to resolve this transportation issue.
Question from Member Cox and Member Burkett.
Sorry, through the chair to Derek. Derek, this Twin Oaks one that's 100,000 on the levy, could that not come out of that money? The reserve? Oh, sorry, Andrew.
Sorry, if I can, with the road projects, we try to draw 1.165 million in total from the levy for roads. So no, but what I'm saying is, if we pull the project and say we're going to pull it out of reserve, I would just redistribute that money to, okay.
Sorry, I didn't say the right word. There is a fund that's for Twin Oaks subdivision, and the sale of those properties went into it. So would that not be where we'd get that money instead of putting it on the levy?
So, yeah, no, I get you. My response is still the same.
Oh.
So yes,
Sorry.
we can do that. But I'm just going to redistribute those levy funds to a different project. So it's not going to help reduce the impact on the levy, if that makes any sense.
No.
So what we would do is draw that from the reserve, but then what's the total is the 100,000, I would just say is coming from the levy for a different project. Because we don't want to reduce what we're currently funding from the levy in capital. Because it's not new, it's already built into the existing levy. So I haven't added how much I'm drawing from the levy for roads projects this year at all. It's exactly the same number as within about $1,000 of last year, I believe. So it's not a levy increase. So if we withdraw it out of there, it's similar to the taxation surplus. We'll be looking for it next year. If that makes any sense to you.
Because here's where in my head it is that there is that money that's there to fix that private road, and
Completely agree.
and why should the rest of us be paying for it? Because there is that fund.
Completely agreed. And I'm saying I'm quite happy if we fund that project out of that reserve. But then I'm going to take what I was drawing from the levy and apply it to a different project. Right?
Yes, Derek.
Sorry, through the chair. I'm sorry, I was waving my hand because I see what both are saying. I think this project, that makes a lot of sense to draw it from we have a reserve fund that was actually set out specifically for this. It was from the sale of some properties. I think you'll see I made a small error on the list. There might be a new road coming here in a minute for discussion. And with that, we could probably apply the levy contribution of this to that, and then a bit of capital reserve as well.
Thank you very much. Now I got it. Thank you.
Mayor Burkett, and then.
Thank you. Through the chair. So Derek, we're going to spend 1.1 million on engineering. And how long, like when they engineer it, is it good for 5 years? Is it good for 10 years? Just so, because some of these projects may not be done for 5 years.
So through the chair, we were very conscious of that. They do last a long time, and we often have a situation where there's a grant opportunity out there, especially for these, more unique ones like local area improvement charges, where, the province would like us to be ready, tender ready, shovel ready. And a lot of municipalities will actually advance the detailed design to completion and then have them shelved, if you will, shovel ready. We don't have any projects like that right now. And so we are advancing a number of these designs. It sounds like an aggressive year, but some of them do have funding sources that we know are eligible, like development charge project, Minoke and Goldstein Road. It may take some time, but we know where that money's coming from. The other few that are really effectively capital draws we've picked based on our long-term plan for executing these projects under the Transportation Master Plan. So it does seem like a lot. But that being said, I think it's useful to have a few shovel-ready projects at hand. Okay, cruising along.
I think I was and looked in the queue there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just to do the share to Derek. So when you're developing the Twin Oaks plan, are there different levels? Like, does it have to be paved? Do we need sidewalks? Do we need streetlights? And I'm saying the bare minimum there that people are, I visited the area. They want to be able that the garbage truck can go through and the township plow can go through. That's what they're, a lot of seniors down there. I just wonder can you classify the different classes, I guess is what I'm getting at, that we still meet the township minimum requirements.
Absolutely. So through the chair, we have engineering standards and we have typical cross sections. And, to be fair, that is meant to be our standard on every road. There is always a site specific design that is undertaken. In a perfect world, in a greenfield environment, maybe a development application, we'd want to see our standard 201 and 202 road cross sections, a paved road cross section with the near perfect. We can go back to our design principles of TAC, which is something we call Transportation Association of Canada, and design for the purpose, right? And that's what we'll execute through this work and bring back to council to bring a reasonable approach to that area.
And just a supplemental, not to throw a curve in there, but I know we had 600,000 in there from the 3 lot sale roughly. So we're going to use that money for here, but then all the other areas that are going to be paid for by the taxpayers. So like it's coming out of the tax levy. So I'll let just an argument there, whereas my idea is we have 600,000, it should be for that community there. So they're going to pay for the study out of that fund, whereas the other is being taxed.
So through the chair, it's a very, very valid point. The 2 projects here are levy funded. That was our anticipations. The local area charge would be a distribution across frontages, similar to actually the West Shore Adventure, be a good example of that. I think it's fair to say that if the 100,000 for Twin Oaks is taken from the 600K reserve fund that's there, that's not the same. That's treating Claresbridge a little bit different. What we could do is maybe take this 80,000 of levy, put it on reserve fund, and identify that would be part of local area charge.
Yes, as a supplement, I just want to be fair. We're treating everybody fair. And to me, the way it was originally set up, it's not fair.
Member Cox?
Okay, so I guess maybe the clarification is that when we amalgamated, a reserve came with that subdivision. And that was for that private road to be fixed or brought up. So that's the only one I've ever heard of. And it's the only one and so that's why it is different, because I have never ever heard of a fund that came from another township and then was specifically, we put money into it from that sale that was specifically for an area. And I can't even think of another, I've never ever heard of it before except for that one. And so that's the only reason I asked how we were going to utilize that money, because that's those, in my opinion, that's those private road people's money, because it was brought for that reason. And that's why we sold those, when we sold those properties, it didn't go into the capital reserve, it went into their reserve. Is that the way it is? And that was to keep their costs down.
If I can, through the chair, I think for both those projects, we're gonna redistribute the levy funds to a different project for both of those. The Twin Oaks will certainly draw from the Twin Oaks Reserve. The other one will draw from the capital reserve for now. We will need to determine whether we can include it in a local area improvement at a later date. My only thoughts of if we do it now, it may be difficult to get into a local area improvement because you have to give notice in order to include those costs, but we'll figure that out.
Supplemental then. So what you're saying is these design costs, that's what this is, right? Design costs will come out of the 2 different reserves, but will it get charged back as local improvement later, or do we bite this and then it goes over?
So for the Twin Oaks one, I mean, that reserve is for that. So it's effectively, that reserve effectively lowers their future local area improvement. So that one's no big deal. The other one, the Clares Bridge Lane, is a little different because at this point in time, I don't know the answer. I would hope that we don't have to absorb that cost, but it's entirely possible we may have to.
Okay, so you're just going to look into it to see if we have to or not?
I will. I don't know how quickly I can get the answer back on that particular one. So
No, I know, but you will for the future part of it.
my only thoughts on local area improvement is in order to include the costs to same, we have to give notice. And at this point in time, we haven't given notice to those costs. So I will do some further research.
I just want to check in with the clerk. We'll soon have to take a bit of a break here. Well, did you want to take that now or it's just hard. It's hard on this subject to estimate how long each page will go. You think you can?
Yeah, we've only got a half a page to go.
All right. Let's do that and then we'll be taking a bio.
So through the chair, page 113 has the road renewal plan for the year. And so the first one is a Bayou Road reconstruction utility. This is basically a fund set aside to ensure that utilities are relocated and out of the way so that we can go for construction in 2026. South Sparrow Lake Road, the year one multi-use. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Member Minnings.
Thank you very much through the chair to Derek. For that one on the Bayou Road utility coordination, you had mentioned earlier in your presentation that there were 2 or 3 poles that would require moving. And I'm just asking for clarification. Is that the only work you have planned for 2025? And I know that it could take a little longer for Hydro or whoever has to move those poles, but I'm wondering if we couldn't continue something else into 2025. And as Member Cox mentioned earlier, and I brought to council back in 2021, I believe, to the previous council, it's such a safety concern having all those children and parents walk twice a day up Bayou Road with rural mailboxes, no shoulder, garbage cans, and it's a highway exit that's very, very busy. So I'm wondering if we couldn't add something more to 2025 and not just move 2 or 3 poles. Is that an option?
Yes.
So through the chair, I think my thoughts on this is if we advance the project the way I think it's going to go, we might be ready for construction, in the middle of 2025. If Hydro 1 works out, and there is only from what I remember, there's only a handful of conflicts to resolve. There's nothing really wrong with coming to council once that is complete with a mid-year capital addition. And so maybe that is something we consider, because adding, like I said, we're pretty heavy on the output right now in terms of capital output for the year compared to what we put back in for that funding stream. And so these are pretty large projects. I think the first estimate I have here is $3.6 million would be the estimate for construction. And I've actually heard that might be a bit light since the last time we looked at the design. So I think it's probably best to advance the utility relocations as a first step and then come mid-year with refined cost estimate and maybe opportunity to advance sooner.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so moving down to South Sparrow Lake Road, we call this year one multi-use path and utility coordination because there's significant tree removals required on the south side of South Sparrow Lake Road from the overpass to just past the golf course, and some earthworks and grading. So we figured we might, because of the capital output constraints for the year, we would lessen the burden and find that localized contractor or specialized contractor to do tree removals as step one, and then go for construction in a future year. Again, there is actually a couple of utility poles to relocate, and that would be the goal for 2025. The big one for the year, or bigger one, I guess, Foxmead Road, Burnside line from Burnside line to Town line. It's been on our books for a long time, and a lot of that had to do with waiting for the bridge or the culvert rather rehabilitation, which is now complete. And so that's $1.35 million for quite a long stretch of roadway there. Narrows Road. Now this is a correction that needs to be made in the budget as well. Is it's not from Hodgins, it's from Saint Amant to the end of Narrows Road. And the plan there is to, you'll see it's quite a long length for that value. And how we're dealing with that is the entire road differs quite a bit in terms of quality and capacity. And we're going to use a variety of tools to get the entire roadway up to snuff. So some sections will get reconstructed. Some sections will just simply have a single surface treatment applied to them. But overall, it'll be a renewed roadway. Avery Lane, this is one that's been on the books for a little while, and it's kind of part of a community project lined actually with Craig's project there for a parking lot. But ultimately, it's an older road in a residential neighborhood that needs renewal. And it does include the small section of road that comes back to Marchmont Road. Gray Street, Surgeon Bay Road resurfacing, and this is, to be clear, is a partial depth resurfacing. So that roadway is experiencing some deterioration, but if we catch it now with a partial depth, we get to extend those assets and at a reasonable per square meter cost. This is why we've actually accelerated this by 1 year from the 2019 roads needs plan. It was scheduled for 2026, but upon review, we better get to it soon because it is experienced quite a bit of cracking. Woodrow Road Bridge, or sorry, Woodrow Bridge, that's off. Woodrow Road, Lower Big Chute to Overpass. This is probably the worst road in Severn. Might be the worst road in Ontario. It's not great. So it's just well past its lifespan, and a very short road, very, very low traffic volumes. And we are going to consider a service level reduction to gravel, but we need the traffic counts to support that. So we'll be back with a staff report if that is possible.
Yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, just a comment. I've never seen any cars on that road.
Member Jansen.
I may have accidentally driven down that road. Won't happen too many times. But when would it be planned that we'd redo the rest of Woodrow Road? It's also very rough going up into the corner. If you're coming from where this section will be redone towards the golf course and then up towards Coldwater. When could we expect that part to be completed as well? It's pretty much patchwork right now.
So through the chair, I'll have to open my map to get the date from the roads needs plan, but I do believe it's a number of years out. And again, it's some of these recommendations in the roads needs study was based on the condition of a related asset. So the Woodrow Road Bridge is up for renewal. We've delayed it 1 year, but what we'd want to see is that those two projects kind of be coordinated to a certain extent. But yeah, maybe if I could come back to that in a minute, I'll get my map open and give you the estimated year. Okay, and then the last one before I think a break is we did add Crescent Bay Road resurfacing here from a conversation of the roads report and earlier in August. And this is an acceleration from, I think, a 2029 or later, 2033 maybe, recommendation for reconstruction. Reconstruction is recommended for this roadway. It's a road parallel with the water's edge of Lake Couchiching, West Shore side. And in those roads, as we found when we reconstructed Cunningham Crescent, it's not simply a resurfacing. There's significant groundworks required to ensure that the road meets its desired service life. That being said, we know there's some pressure to have the road improved. And this is a lesser version of that. So it's not reconstruction, it is resurfacing, and we do anticipate a shorter lifespan for that reason, but it does address a significant backlog need. And last but not least,
One more thing.
Oh, sidewalks.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I want to jump to a missing.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Member McIntyre.
Mr. Burke, can we discuss Riverdale Road as per conversation in the past? If you bring that up, bring it forward. Appreciate it.
So through the chair, yes, Riverdale Drive has been on their books for a number of years. Actually, and I believe it was 2019 is a good guess. We did half of the road and we brought it forward again, but fiscal pressures had it knocked off the list a couple of times over. And here we are in 2025. Recommendation from the August Corporate Services Committee was to advance this project in the tune of 350,000. And so I think that's something we missed and wanted to put in this report as well.
Thank you very much.
And then we have 2 sidewalks.
Member Jans?
Thank you. And Mr. Burke, where would that be funded from?
If I can, so because we've already funded, we would probably take the 180,000 that we were going to fund the other 2 roadways that we're now going to fund out of reserves. And then the remainder of that roadway would be funded out of the capital reserve. So that we would still maintain the same amount drawn from the levy for the roadways.
Member Cox?
And there might be a little left because we're going from Sandamon, not from Hodgkins.
Time for a break? 5 minutes gonna do? Oh,
So
sorry.
if we could do page 114 first.
So through the chair, these will be quick. The County Road 169 sidewalk is, I think I mentioned it in the design carry forward. So this is the construction of it. And then Gill Street, also mentioned there, I think we're going to be able to do a adjacent to roadway curb sidewalk using the existing 15-meter right of way, not having to expand the right of way, to be a great benefit to everyone, I think. And so that is estimated $300,000.
And Member Taylor?
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. So that's a big cost. For reference, what did the cost of the one by Foodland cost? It just got finished. They're a very professional looking job. And how much did that cost?
Through the chair, I believe just over $90,000.
Get them to do that one then.
The shorter distance by chance? Yeah.
And we are done. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So let's 3 o'clock it. All right, we're going to be wrapping up around 4 o'clock because of other commitments by a number of people here, and just because it's 4 o'clock. And I think we'll be doing the rest of the grant stuff tomorrow. And we're going to proceed and do what we can until 4 o'clock today. All right, what's next up there?
So if we can, we'll start on page 81, which for the binders is tab 5. We may just waiting for member minutes. So we can just go one
Yeah.
page at a time.
No, proceed.
Nope.
I think we should see if this is this is her area. Well, well,
We're good.
we're all,
Hello,
there she
Wanda.
is.
Wanda was saying we're planning to wrap this up by 4 today. And Derek will proceed with the,
And just page 81.
Thank you.
do we have any questions on page 81? Seeing none, page 82. Seeing none, page 83.
Here's a question.
Yes, Member Taylor.
If we go back to page 82, where it has total expenses and then the net is a positive, what is that? Is that the surplus, Andrew, or what is that?
Yeah,
and
if
now-
I can. So yes, so if the net is if I can, if a net is a positive, it would be effectively generating surplus. Don't look at the actuals though, because it's of course missing the majority of the expenditures for the year. And then you'll notice that some of them have net, so some of them are losing money, some of them are contributing to the surplus. The whole point is to make these overall self-sustaining, so there's no impact on the levy.
All right, page 83. Page 84. Oh, question for Taylor.
So it jumps out there, so that's. Explain on the bottom of page 83, the 9.7 million.
So I
The
can,
capital expenditures of 8.7, I guess.
yeah, it is capital expenditures, which we'll talk about in a minute or so.
Okay, I'll save my questions till then.
Very good, thank you. No other questions on page 83, 84? Page 85. Page 86. Yes, Member Cox.
I may be in the wrong spot to ask this question, but if you go to 0944 under Severn Estates, contribution from reserve, is that capital? Okay, never mind. I thought it was.
It is the contribution from the reserve to pay for the capital.
No further questions on page 86? Page 87. Page 88. Yes, Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Just for information, I had written to the township to ask how many users there were on each of these systems, water systems for Washego, Bass Lake, Severn Estates, Sandcastle, Coldwater, and West Shore, and the cost per user for each of the 6 water sewer systems. And that's a big ask. And so just that information is being gathered and will come back to us. But in light of the water and sewer rate study that's ongoing, I would like to make sure that that kind of information is maybe rolled up in the consultant report too. That would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Comments from staff? Yes. Derek?
Through the chair. Yeah, no, I think that's very useful to in the report to come on water rates. We'll make sure to look at, you know, how many users and roughly what the cost to operate is per user in each one of those systems. That's reasonable.
Thank you. Member Minnings, or sorry, Cox.
Through the chair to Derek. Derek, our water and sewer goes now, it used to be different that they were all separate, but now they are all considered one source, right? So you have your total number, so wouldn't they all be closely the same? Or am I'm sorry, I just stopped because I know at one time one subsidized another, and then we finally said, look, let's just put them all together.
So through the chair, we effectively still do that. We have changed the way the rates are delivered, but we can show, and we do show the deficits. So in some
okay.
systems, there is more cost than recovered.
Right.
And in other systems, it's the opposite. And in the balance is where the rates are merged,
Right.
or made. And so I think in the report, we'll be clear that some systems don't actually quite fully pay for themselves.
Oh, we definitely. Okay, thank you.
All the further questions on 88, then let's move on to 89. Page 90. Page 91. Page 92.
If I can, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the remainder of page 91, 92 and 93 are just the utility vehicles. And again, the utility vehicle costs are redistributed to the pages that we just looked at. So not super relevant.
Thank you for that. All right.
Yeah. So now we'll move to the capital section for utilities, and it's page 115. And I believe we'll be looking at 115, maybe 116 and 117.
Not sure what tab it is. Page 115.
Under the pink, the pink tab.
Are you okay, Counselor? Good. Very. Let her rip.
Okay, through the chair. And for these ones, I suppose, did you want to just pick out any projects you'd like to discuss?
We can operate on a page basis still for this as well. Yes, member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek, the community center generator, is that to help with the pumping station?
Yes, very much so. Through the chair, it's all of our pump stations over the years have been upgraded with generators, especially the ones that serve a larger community. And this is the next one in the lineup. So
Thank you very much.
Yes, Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Derek, the twinning of in Coldwater Department 412, twinning of the force main plant expansion design work only. Is that an engineering thing or is that actual works that we're gonna do?
So through the chair, that is strictly engineering. So we're advancing out of our municipal class EA process and into detailed design. And that is the design value for a new plant upgrade and twinning of the force main.
No further questions? Oh, yes. Member Taylor.
Yeah, can you just expand on the $8 million that what's with, you've got Ainley involved there and
Yeah, certainly. And you'll see that this is the one time in the lines where there's a grant being applied directly for those costs. This is the optimization of the West Shore wastewater treatment plant. We actually just discussed this maybe yesterday at Corporate Services, where we have now retained Ainley again, maybe at a sheer coincidence there, but to perform the detailed design works, to advance to construction. This one is got some time constraints, if you will. We do need to get this capacity up and running as soon as we can to ensure that growth can be supported through the community. And we did apply for the Housing Enabling Strategy Fund, I think it's called. And this is in the amount of $8 million. And our hope is that we are successful in round 2 of the intake. Our project has great merit. Our project has, the ability to immediately create new housing as a result of the project, and we feel that the province should look at this with an open eye.
thank you.
Thank you. Member Mannings?
Thank you through the chair. On this chart on page 115, under user fees, are those monies collected by each user for each of those systems? Or are they user fees, something that goes on the whole tax levy and is divided up among the townships? So, or I'm not sure if I'm clear.
If I can, through the chair, when we say user fees, you're right, it's similar to the levy if it's a levy related project, but these are all water and wastewater rate driven. So when we say user fees, we are talking about the water and wastewater rates for all of the systems combined.
Correct. And then who are the who's paying for it? Who are the users? If you could define that.
All of those people on the water and wastewater services.
Per system.
It is everyone, but they're all paying. They're paying for all of the projects. So if that makes sense, because we do right across the board. So
yeah, so you total it up for the township and then it's divided by the users.
yes.
Thank you.
No more questions for 115, 116. Member Cox.
Through the chair to Mr. Burke, fragmentation. This system, so we're waiting for the ministry to review this. So is this not the one oh no, you know where I'm going.
So through the chair, yes, this is the project where we have actually recently retained Tatham Engineering to start the first phase of review. It's a feasibility study. It's confirming that we can fragment the system, basically put everyone on their own drinking water source and decommission the municipal drinking water system. If that is successful, there will be some costs, and that's what's shown here. Vice versa, if it's not successful, we still need a new drinking water well to the tune of about the same. So, we do have some costs pending for this system. One has a long-term cost avoidance and one has a renewal.
Thank you very much.
No further questions on page 116, 117. 118. Oh. We're in the wreck.
If I can, Mr. Chair, if we're done with 117, we can move on to recreation, which is tab number 7, page 95.
Unless you have a preamble, then we'll start. Page 95.
I have a preamble.
Member Cox with a preamble.
I have, well, I need to say this because I have to thank the recreation staff. I mean, I talked to Trevor and the rest of them, and they constantly are looking for ways to save money on everything. They saved us $2,000 on putting the lights on the trees. Every time there is a project or something that they go to do, they look for it's not the cheapest, it's the most efficient way to do it without costing the taxpayer money. And I just want to compliment the staff on that, because recreation staff are like that, because no offense, they're usually on the bottom, and when cuts come, it's usually poor old recreation that gets it. So I am very thankful for the fact that they constantly note on ways to do something efficiently or help someone. And I just would like them to be thanked for that, because, and I'm not saying anything against anybody else. It's just that I note this because I'm A, on the recreation committee, and B, I see them and talk to them as we're doing something. And I just need to say it. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks for that. Member Minnings.
Thank you. Through the chair, line under Washego Park expenses line at the bottom, 5155 capital expenditures. Could you just talk to us a little bit about the difference in the amounts shown?
If I can, just through the chair to Member Minnings, we can't really compare the capital, or are you referring to, you mean the capital budgets, the two budgets? So the
Yes.
budget for capital, and we'll get to that sheet when we get to the capital sheet itself. We don't always spend the same amount in each of the areas. So some years we may spend 180,000 in Washego. Next year we may spend 180,000 in Coldwater instead. So it does vary from year to year. But we will discuss all of the capital projects when we get to page 118.
Thank you.
Yes, Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, I have a similar question about the revenues in Washego. Budget 150 and then actual 326. Now we're down to 40,000. Can you explain that?
I certainly can. And sorry, through the chair to Member McIntyre. You'll notice that most of the time when we do a capital expenditure in recreation, and not just recreation, but throughout, we fund a lot of it from reserves. And in this case, those are being funded from reserves. So in the previous year, 150,000 of the 180,000 was funded from reserves. And this year, 40,000 of the 70,000 is being funded from reserves. And you will see those corresponding numbers on the capital sheet.
So that's it, page 95. Page 96.
And I will throw a little preamble in, maybe because I'm sure the question is going to come up before we get to the end, is the salaries and benefits lines. Again, it is for ease of our new system, but they have all been included in activity 703, which was at the beginning. So if you do notice that it looks like the salary lines are missing, they were on the first page.
$97. Yes, Member Cox.
Chair sorry, through the chair. The trails had I had many calls about the trails along and like from Coldwater, but over wherever. And I don't know how we fix this problem because our trails got badly abused last year because we never got any frost in the ground and the snowmobilers ran them. And we spent a lot of money and work on that. I don't know, is there anything we can do to help prevent that? Like, can we just say you can't, our trails aren't open? Because they ran on dirt and mud. And then when everybody went to use them in the spring, we had a whole lot of work to do.
Through the chair to the member Cox. I would say it's a little tricky. We have an agreement with the snowmobile club that ideally uses a groomer. We do open the trails. We rely on them to close the trails when the snow's disappearing, or because last 2 winters has been so mild that there has been that damage. So relying on the snowmobile club does open up us to some issues that way. But at the same time, they also monitor the trail and do try and repair it when that does happen for us. The rest of the time, staff are looking for ways to improve the trail. Like, we know there are a lot of soft spots on that trail up, especially towards Coldwater that way, where the pack isn't there like it used to be. So I think over time, you're going to see us getting into trying to refurbish that trail, because we get the same complaints from bike riders in rainy times in the summer, or if they get on there too early in the spring. So I think we're going to have to look at redoing the pack along some sections of the trail there to try and beef it up.
So supplemental, could we not have a discussion, or you have a discussion with them to comment on that issue that we're having? To say to them, you know, no offense, I realize your season is short, but I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just for the sake of input on this discussion, I did want to note that last winter when we had no snow, we had a lot of folks, we don't know who to this day, that were cutting the locks on the trail gates and going through anyways. So it might not have been related to the snowmobile use. We found ATV tracks all down the side of the trail. So, and it was reported to police, but it does definitely increase the damage to the trail as a result of that.
But I just wondered if we could just sort of comment on that with them. But I know, and I don't know what we can do about the other. I guess we're just stuck with that problem.
Yeah, most definitely we can talk to him. We also had an incident last season too, where a herd of cows got away down the trail and wrecked it pretty good too. So
Thank you.
Any other questions on 97? We're good. All right, page 98. Page 99. Page 100. Member Minnings.
Thank you. So I'm back on page 98, and I know this, I've asked this before, but I'm not sure in what forum. So I just wanted to ask it now. Matchedash Hall and Lake St. George Halls are very similarly run by groups of residents, which is great. They rent out the spaces and maintain them, etc. But we still have expenses for those. If you could just speak to the kind of expenses that we cover for each of those properties. I think they're similar, or the same, but I'd just like some clarification on that.
Through the chair to member Mings, for those halls, we cover expenses like hydro, some capital costs. Most recently, we doing some upgrades to their water systems, or they're old, so we've been replacing components to their water systems. So we cover those base expenses for them at both halls. So nothing out of the ordinary. We cover the insurance costs and those of the facilities to make sure that they're protected and those kind of things.
Thank you. All right. Back to 100. Yes, Member Jensen.
I believe I know the answer, but just confirming the federal grant, that's what we're hoping to achieve. If we look at line, the top line 0414. West Shore facility revenues, the very top line federal grant. Yeah, page 99, 12 million, 59,000.
I got it. So through the chair to Member Jansen. Yeah, so what we've done is for that $15 million high level estimate, we have funded only 20, I guess about 28 or 2,900 of it out of existing reserves that exist right now. And in the remainder, so that we were not drawing on reserves, we've put it as a placeholder that it would come from government grants. Now, obviously, we don't expect that we would get the full 12 million, but we didn't want it to appear like a reserve transfer when we certainly hadn't decided whether we were going forward with the construction or not.
Nothing on 100? 101? One oh two? Yes, Member Kit.
Through the chair to whoever, so you've got this 09 Ranger hidden somewhere because it's been gone for 2 years and we still have it here. Is someone driving it that we don't know about and they're charging back expenses to the township? This should be good. Thanks, Andrew.
I was going to say, isn't that the same kind of vehicle my dad's driving? No, it's just simply we haven't updated the title in the system, so it's been replaced with a new vehicle. It's the new vehicle that's there. We just need to change the title.
Any other questions of that nature? Yeah, okay. Page, oh, well, here we are. We're at a summary.
And now, Mr. Chair, we can move back to the pink tab, and otherwise it's page 118.
Sorry, put the mic on. Yes.
I'm not sure if Andrew's going to go line by line. Let's start at the first line. Can you bring us up to speed on the water tower? And you had mentioned something yesterday about lead, or what's happening with that?
My portion of that is we need to report it in the financial statements now, but I will relay the rest of the message to for Director Belfry. But now we have to report in the financial statements all contaminated properties or lands that we know of. And we have to report future remediation costs of those projects. So luckily for us, Craig was already in the middle of getting remediation amounts for the water tower. We did go out to all of our buildings that were older than 1989 and have them assessed for asbestos removal as well. So we need to report that in the financial statements.
Supplemental question.
Yes.
So the actual, refresh my memory, the water tower, is it owned by us, the township?
Through the chair, yes, it's owned by us, but it's on CN property.
That's the, but it's not, so it's on CN property. And how is that handled?
Right now, we're just doing an investigation into it. If we do go down the road of getting into work on it. Like we hired Pynchon to do original investigation into hazardous materials. The project had been in the budget for the last few years to do the bottom half of the tower, which has lead paint on it. So we had a hazardous material evaluation done and they came back with lead paint. So now we're at the point of working with Pynchon to go out to find appropriate contractors. Most paint companies won't deal with lead paint these days. So now we have to work with Pynchon, who's an environmental company, to help us find a contractor and come back with a price. Right now, Pynchon's given us a costing for how much it'll cost us to use them to go through this process, which is probably is around $12,000 right now. I'm guessing the price point may come back as up to 20,000 to take the paint off and repaint the surface. Just from experience of dealing with this kind of thing before. So that's where we're at right now. And then we would have to get into discussions with CN about doing work on their property.
Member Cox and then Member Burkett.
Yeah, this has been an outstanding event for a while. So we're just looking at the bottom. We're not looking at the top. Okay.
That's correct.
And I'll leave it there.
Through the chair. So this is going to come back to us. This 40,000 that's in the budget. That's to have this firm look at it and then have someone else paint it, correct? If they're willing to do that.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So the upper half may have lead in it as well, or no?
Through the chair, we haven't done an evaluation on the upper half because it has a wrap around it. So the wrap was done less than 10 years ago from the records I've seen. So we've sort of stayed away from that half of the structure.
Member McIntyre, have a question?
Just have a comment, perhaps Director Belfry could call a place called Sick Building Solutions out of North York.
Okay.
And they do all kind of stuff. When we have that in the real estate business, they have a division, Sick Home Solutions. They do remedial work on asbestos and all kind of hazardous materials. So Sick Building Solutions, they may want to quote them.
I have a question. So we got a water tower with asbestos and lead paint.
No asbestos.
Okay. Say, holy crumba. Why don't we just blow it up? I'm just wondering, why on earth are we spending that kind of money on something like this? Is it? It's a heritage site of some sort? Wow. Oh, it's a local site. We've declared it important.
So just curious, through the chair to Member Brennan's comments. So that wrap, like it only has a longevity of so many years, and I can't remember now. I'll have to look at it again. And the whole group that started that, I don't even know. Are they? Okay, go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah. So that was done in 2018, 2017, somewhere in there. And Friends of the Water Tower have a bank account still with money in it for repairs if they need to use it. Do it. No, there was a group because we went to the meeting on Green River Drive. So there is a group out there and because there was a wrap on it before and Pixels was the one that put it on and they couldn't find them to fix it. And then they put a new one on and they had a contest and then that went on. And we had talked about that lead paint before that. So this lead paint has been going on since 2012. The discussions are 14.
Member Burkett and then Member Taylor.
Just to add to that, that's what happens in a community. Whenever you want to do something in your community, this group went out. They didn't ask for township funding. They actually raised the money, and I think it was $25,000. Yeah, it was 30. Yeah, so they did it on their own. And I know there's grant monies in here that that some of our residents are looking for, but that's what we do, or that's what they should be doing, is they should be looking and raising that money through their people that are in their communities. And that's the way it's done, rather than looking for taxpayers to pay for it. Like, there's a lot of stuff in this grants that I can't support. But looking at what they did, I forgot about it, what the Washego group did by raising funds was amazing within the community.
Member Taylor.
To expand upon what the chair had said, is there a possibility of maybe relocating a tower on our property and just wipe our hands from that one? Like, take it down and build a new one. I'm just thinking, is that something to look at rather than blowing it up?
Member Cox.
There actually was discussion at one point when we weren't sure how bad this was, of building a smaller one and having it in Centennial Park. But the people had raised the money and they put their heart and soul into this, and it's very important to them because this was the source of their water. And the old pump is down at the park, I think. It used to sit right there, and it's a heritage importance to the community. So I understand that it's costing us this, but that's all it's cost us because they've done everything else. And they would probably step up tomorrow and tell you how much they have. And if you told them you needed money to do something, they'd probably say, fine, we'll go out and help you fundraise to rewrap it again.
Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. That whole water tower has history to it. So the pump that fed that tower, because originally it was used for trains that came through there and it was filled with water, so steam, right? So when the trains finally were diesel driven, sorry, I got off topic, but just quickly, I'll just tell you, I know that Allison's going to say, so there was an old pump that was driven by water. It didn't need any hydro, didn't need any fuel, was water driven, and a gentleman in the village that's still alive ran it. And then someone was going to throw it out. They called me and I grabbed it, and it's sitting down at the park because we first had it. But what an amazing piece of machinery. There's a whole lot of history there. It's pretty cool.
It sounds very impressive what's been done, but it sure looks like an expensive project to me, and it looks like there's no end to cost here. That's all.
I'll just, can I?
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw, I know I'm going to be quick. I'm just going to throw in another one. Coldwater built an arena doing the same thing. And the skateboard park.
I recall Sudbury wanting to retain its big, tall smokestacks. The pricey proposal. Anyway, no, moving on then. 118. Yes, Member Jansen.
Thank you, through the chair, to Director Belfry. Will we be still doing 2 park designs in Port Severn, or will it just be 1?
Through the chair to member, it'll just be 1 now. So, as of a few weeks ago.
So will that cost be reduced?
Through the chair, yeah. I would estimate the 1 park now will be about 45,000 to do, because there would have been more substantial into the Port Severn Park there.
Do we have any more questions on page 118? Member Minnings?
Thank you, through the chair to Director Belfry. So the remaining, or the park then that's on the budget for Port Severn, is that the one that on the property that was donated to the township beside Raleigh's?
Through the chair, or to member Mings, that's correct.
Thank you.
And Member Taylor?
Yeah, the resurfacing on the Trans-Canada Trail, would that cover Member Cox's query about damage from previous years, or where is that going to be used?
Through the chair, yeah, it'll cover areas. There's a lot of trail to do with that. We're going to tackle it, as I was talking about earlier, tackle certain, like bit by bit and go along, so.
Member,
So is this the grant from the county, the 15, and we put in 15?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We're just looking at that right now.
All right, we're at 1:45. Where do you want to go next? We're done? Very well. Oh, yes. Member Burkett.
So that Andrew has some homework tonight. What are we at, Andrew, for our levy, our budget number?
Sorry, member Minnings. Oh, yeah, sorry, we have taken out a couple of positions plus $2,000 on the economic development grant side. So I'll have to figure it out, but if you want me to do homework, or staff to do homework, I'm guessing.
No, not staff, just Andrew.
Just me, okay.
Andrew. Sorry.
I'm quite, and I don't know if you want to have that discussion now, but I'll look at the items that we have. So we'll get you to the percentage that you want sometime tomorrow, but we'll go through all the items that we can possibly look at. So when you are discussing the final number, we'll have solutions.
So supplementary, if I may, through the chair. So all we have left are the grants. Is that correct? Is that all that we have left? Is there a number that we should give you now or leave it until tomorrow?
Well, if you give it to me now, it makes my life easier, but
do we have a number, committee that we would like to see? I don't know.
On the grants?
No, as far as an impact on, yeah. Yes. Do we have a number in mind? And remember that we've got a 3%, isn't it almost 3% with policing alone, right?
Understood. And Member Cox, you have a question?
Yeah. So the blended was 7?
the blended in your documentation is 7.84.
Okay. Between 5 and 6 or 6?
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say we can
6?
get you to 6,
Okay.
maybe but we can't get much lower than 6.
No, but I'm looking, and I don't usually care about a whole lot of other ones, but everybody's coming, a lot of them are coming in at 6. And if they're lower, they're using reserves to get lower. And they've already said they are.
Yeah. If we can't do 5.5, I would, I hear you asking for 6, but I'd like to be able to really explain why we couldn't hit 5.5. What would be the consequences of another 0.5% is what I'm asking you to let us know.
And ultimately, from a high level perspective, in order to get us to 5.5, you're likely eliminating existing services you are already providing.
Okay, fair enough.
But I confirm those up for you.
So I'll just go around the table here then, in terms of our initial discussions and number tomorrow. I hear 6 has been put on the table. Councilor.
595 and good for me.
Oh.
500, I'm fair with a 6. I'd be jumping.
Sorry, I can't hear if the microphones aren't on.
Yeah, we're just
asking.
No, I realize that, but I can't hear the question.
in our blended rate tomorrow. If we were to start with discussions at 6%, would that? I'm just trying to get a general. I don't know if we're going to get a consensus, but a general perspective as to whether 6 would be what we're targeting from tomorrow morning. Yeah, so we're 5.95. Yes, Member Minnings.
Thank you. That was what I couldn't hear, was what people were responding to your question. I did hear your question because you did have your mic. We haven't discussed everything, obviously. We're probably better than halfway through the budget package, and we have not spoken. Sorry, have we spoken or have we decided about the administrative center renovation?
I think it's safe to say at this point in time, we haven't finalized anything. We're just looking for a starting objective for tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And it has been pretty well around 6. I don't know. Member Burkett, was 6 a good starting goal for you tomorrow?
Thank you through you, Chair. I'm happy with 5.95. And, and it's very simple to explain to our residents. We're being impacted by the police. We got 3%, so we're actually at 2.9. That's what it's coming in at.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Which is amazing when you think about it. So thank you.
All right.
5.95.
Where are we at here?
Right, just a couple of comments. So that's You're assuming one or two positions that we talked about, Andrew, and that.
Madam CEO.
Two, we got the majority at two.
And the other one is, we skipped over the 3% cost of living. Is that, are we fixed with that, or could you live with 2.5? I'm just trying to find an extra 50,000.
Through the chair, how much does that impact the levy, Andrew, if we go 0.5%?
Just give me a sec, I'll do the math.
Three, it's low already.
Yep. Just on the cost of living, it's definitely open for council to decide whatever they like. Just a reminder that our policy sticks with CPI. We didn't go with CPI last year because council felt it was too high. So this year we're just over CPI to try and blend it. And whatever impact you do now tends to come back to bite you when you do a comp review down the road. So it's another pay now or pay later.
Yeah, member Jensen and then member Mannings.
On Andrew's sheet here, it's 2.65, so. And then I wasn't sure that we had a majority on the two positions. On the consensus.
I think we did, actually.
So if I can, through the chair, to respond to member Taylor, that reduction is about 1/12 of a percentage point.
That answer your question? Yes, member Jensen, then member Mannings, do you still have a question?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to go back earlier in the discussion about the policing increase. Because it goes into our budget this year, will it mean that next year we won't have to have as large of a budget increase?
That's the anticipation. That's assuming they don't have a reason to give us a significant increase next year.
Okay, and then just a follow-up on member Taylor's question on the cost of living increase. Are the employees receiving increases and then a cost of living increase above and beyond the increases that they're receiving?
Through the chair, increases are a two-parter. Cost of living, everyone gets across the board. And then through our positions, there are bands. You approve a salary range and people progress through the bands. So if you've been here a decent amount of time, then you're probably already at step 5 and you're only getting cost of living. If you've only been here a year or two, then you move up on the step on your anniversary date pending performance.
Good.
Yep.
Member Burkett?
Thank you. Through the chair to Andrew. So Andrew, based on member Jansen's comments, if we have a surplus in 25 and we don't know what the policing costs are going to be next year, could we slot some of that surplus towards a policing fund so that next year, if they do go up, we're not hit as hard as far as a levy?
We certainly can choose how you want to use those funds.
Okay.
For the most part, you put those reserves away for capital purposes, but you did have the taxation reserve there for a reason, and that was to cover potential losses to taxation revenue. So they can be used operationally. It's not a long-term solution. Definitely not.
Member Mannings?
Thank you. Again, township, I just need to be crystal clear to be able to answer that question about the targeted tax
Sorry, member
rate.
for a minute.
Pardon?
You just start again. You froze for a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask again about the targeted the renovation. So for 2025 in this budget, where does that $5 million sit? Is it still included or is it not included because we don't have a design yet in front of us?
I will refer that to Madam CEO.
Thank you. Similar to West Shore, we're gonna leave it in the budget as an item, but an unfunded item. And it will bring it back when we have the plans and council will decide how they want to proceed and it'll be funded at that time.
So then the $5 million is not included in the tax rate that we're currently faced with.
Through the chair, it was never in the tax levy. It was always coming from a reserve.
Yes. We will not affect things tomorrow that way. Member Cox.
The only one I wanted to say is I can go with the 5.9, but we're not saying that, we're just asking Andrew to see if he can get there, and we may get better and we may do something else, but staff has to have some idea of where we're at, what we're looking for, because we could sit here and banter back and forth. And if we honestly say it, and that's what we've done in past years, is can you get us to this? And we might find something else, but if you can get us to this, it's a livable something to do. And I was going to talk about cost of living. Cost of living is something people deserve to have. And in this day and age, cost of living, if you're not getting anything else, you should get that.
All right. So I think I'm going to take us right back. We were talking about hoping for a preliminary starting goal tomorrow of 5.95. Do we generally have an agreement on that number? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have enough 5. Oh, and we have an O. So we have 5. So that's the number we're going to start with tomorrow, based on a popular vote. I think we're done. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Second? Oh, you go, okay.
Just a simple motion to adjourn at 3:55 PM and we'll restart tomorrow at 9.
All right, we have a mover, Mr. Burkett and Mr. Danson, and we are there. Danson, thinking of the movie.